Good morning. I am late. I had to go get breakfast this morning for the baby. So we're late, but we're here. And hey, we made it before court started. So let's get this shared. How is everybody this morning? Oh, let me make this full screen. I fell asleep really early last night. Good morning, Moonlight. Let me get Logan situated and I will be right back. Okay, sorry. I am running late just since I've opened my eyes this morning. Good morning, Jamie and Darcella and Funky. I'll make sure I have this
Got all kind of water.
unmuted. Yeah. Away from chat but listening. Sounds good, Funky.
If they did not print it, I can have a clerk print it. You can wait until you're.
Good morning, Penny Riddle. And Kathy Blanks, I saw you pop in early this morning. Today should be closing arguments, and we wait on
Great.
a verdict.
So we've got enough for Rita, one for me, two, as many as y'all need, and then one to go back to the jury, right?
I was gonna say we can use mine if you want.
Okay. All right. No, that's all right. We'll use Rita's and just don't draw on it, I guess. And okay.
Okay, honey.
Nevertheless, we'll just unless you want to keep it, you can have mine. It's all done.
There's just
Has-
I'm gonna mark some.
Go ahead.
I've seen the jury charges, and I think I sent a response back. I just want to make sure they're for you to read, and they're not going to go back to the jury.
What do you mean, the response?
The charges,
The charges?
yes.
And we're still kind of off the record talking, but
Yes.
uh,
leave it to this lady to give us issues already this morning. Okay. Goodness.
Then. Are you all set?
Oh,
Good morning,
Who's
then. We're
ready
back
for
on the
this?
record in the case of State versus Lewis. Yesterday, I got together with counsel and had a preliminary discussion with regard to the charges for the jury. There were several issues left unsettled and undecided. And Ms. Bright Matthews, I am happy to hear from you on those.
Dorzilla, me too.
Mr. Murdoch will argue that motion.
You know, you just told me that. I'm sorry. Mr. Murdoch, I'm happy to hear from you, sir.
Your Honor, may I please court?
Please, go ahead.
Your Honor, as you stated yesterday, the defense as well as the state had a conversation as to a spoliation charge. If I may approach, I have some case law.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm going to reference back to the Stokes case.
Good job, buddy.
I believe it's the third page, Your Honor. And in the second paragraph here is where the Supreme Court has held that jury charges which advises the jury when evidence is lost or destroyed, a party may, by a party, an inference may be drawn by the jury that the evidence was lost or destroyed by that party would be adverse to that party. And it cites the Kershaw County Board of Education versus Gibson, I believe that's how that's pronounced. Your Honor,
Okay.
the spoliation charge we seek to submit to the jury comes straight from this case, Your Honor. And the state has, in response from yesterday, handed to us a case, State v. Cheeseboro. Your Honor, I believe the state handed you a copy as well. This case, referencing preservation of evidence, is specifically tailored towards establishing a due process violation. Here, we're not arguing that there is any due process violation. We're simply seeking a jury charge to the jury as to spoliation of evidence due to the fact that there was no 911 call preserved in this case. There's been testimony in the case that officers arrived on scene, failed to provide any type of report that could have had any type of evidence, could have been beneficial or exculpatory for the defendant. Your Honor, also handed you another case, which is going to be the Pringle case. If you could reference to the last page of the Pringle case, the Supreme Court's also upheld jury charges when the evidence is lost or destroyed by a party, which is essentially quoting the Gibson case, that a party would have been able to have been which is lost or destroyed, a party would have been able to been adverse to that party. As an initial matter, parties seeking the inference must be prepared to make a showing that the document or evidence might reasonably have supported the presumption being requested by the fact finder. Here, the defense has argued that the only evidence that has allegedly incriminated our client was a 911 phone call from the hospital. There has been no showing of any other evidence that has led to or transpired this entire case other than the 911 phone call. And we believe that it's showing that the 911 call was never preserved would have reasonably supported our presumption that to the jury that that's the only evidence to establish any wrongdoing on behalf of our client. And for those reasons, Your Honor, we think a spoliation charge to the jury would be appropriate.
Let me make sure I'm clear on the motion. The evidence that you're referring to is the audio version of the 911 call. Is
Yes,
that
Your Honor.
correct? And you're not asserting any bad faith on behalf, on the part of the state, is that correct?
No, Your Honor. The case law specifically says that you do not need to establish any bad faith, simply that it's been lost or destroyed. There's that or in there. Loss could have several different terms, Your Honor, and I believe as testimony provided that a 911 phone call would be preserved for 3 years. The state's failure to preserve the 911 phone call within the 3-year time period, with a case of circumstances as such we have here, would be able to draw, as referring back to the Pringle case, that we could make a showing that the evidence might have reasonably supported our presumption that there is no evidence other than a 911 phone call that the state has relied on in this entire case has transpired. And for that reason, we think the spoliation charge would be appropriate, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's extremely disingenuous to assert that the 911 phone call is the only evidence against Mr. Lewis. However, let's talk about the 911 phone call. The 911 phone call was third-hand information from a staff member at the hospital. That is who called 911 to relay concerns that Leanne had relayed to a staff nurse, to the shift nurse. Leanne testified. She was cross-examined. So there is nothing in that 911 phone call that has not come out. It has come out in extreme detail through Leanne Kellum's testimony. Secondly, the state did hand the court and the defense State versus Cheeseboro, which is a Supreme Court case dealing with a criminal case. Neither one of these appellate court cases deal with a criminal case. And as established in Cheeseboro, there is a specific rule regarding spoliation. The burden is on the defense to demonstrate a due process violation. They're saying, oh, well, we're not asserting a due process violation, but that's the test for a spoliation charge, because they have to show that the state destroyed evidence in bad faith, or that that evidence possessed some sort of exculpatory value before it was destroyed. And there's no way the defendant can obtain evidence that's comparable. Well, the direct evidence from the information contained in that 911 phone call would be Leanne's testimony, because those are the concerns that are being relayed.
Keep going. You're not objecting, you're just standing, is that okay? All right, go ahead, please.
The information that is being relayed to the nurse and that the nurse relays to law enforcement is a concern that the husband may be involved, because Leanne brought that to the hospital's attention. Leanne has testified. She has put all those concerns on the record. She has been cross-examined about those concerns and the events of the night previous, where there was a violent domestic incident that she witnessed. Again, the defense has not shown any bad faith. There was absolutely no testimony that there was bad faith. We have more reliable evidence in the record than third-hand information that was received from 911. And I will say the information received from that call is contained in the CAD report that was turned over. The only thing that is missing, and it's just because it wasn't preserved, is the voice of the nurse saying, hey, we're calling law enforcement because the daughter of the victim has concerns that husband may have been involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Your Honor,
quick
Clyde.
final thoughts? Go ahead.
The state's assertion that there's direct evidence from testimony from Mrs. Cronky on the stand. Mrs. Cronky never made the phone call. There is no direct evidence that she was the one who made the 911 phone call. And further, if you're inclined to accept the state position on establishing this violation, the second part is or that the evidence possessed an exculpatory value apparent before the evidence was destroyed or the defendant, and the defendant cannot obtain other evidence of comparable value. There's only one 911 phone call, Your Honor. There's no way that the defense can obtain any other evidence of any comparable means of the original 911 phone call. There is no other phone call. That was it. And as stated earlier, the phone call is the only evidence in this case that this entire case has transpired. There is no direct evidence that this case has transpired. And for those reasons, we believe that a spoliation charge to the jury is appropriate.
Thank you so much. Oh, go ahead, please.
Just briefly, the CAD report and the information in that CAD report is comparable evidence. Thank you.
Thank you. I am happy to hear your second motion. Was there not a second one? There is
No,
a
Your
second.
Honor, that was it.
That was it. Okay. All right, I had an opportunity to research this issue last night and read some case law about it, and I'm inclined to respectfully deny the motion to add the spoliation charge to the balance of the charges. With regard to the balance of the charges, I've been handed a copy of what I understand is what was, except for what was just stated, what has been agreed to. Have all counsel had an opportunity to review it?
Yes, I have. I think I sent a couple of changes. I haven't looked at it since then. It was just typographical.
Okay.
And I'll just have the clerk print that for me. I'll be able to replace it and we'll show. It was just some typos that were.
All right, so
Basically, one word in one place and changing the spelling on another place. But that was only on the arson.
did you send that to counsel, so we're all?
I've sent it to reply all.
All right, well, I guess, I don't know if we need then to run, a whole tree worth of copies for everything, unless
Just maybe
you
one sheet. 'Cause it's
if you
just
can
all-
make the one sheet, I'll read from it, and then so the jury doesn't believe that we're all bad spellers, I'll use the one that I'm reading from that'll have the clarifications for the jury. Anything else then before, how long will that be?
She's getting it right now.
Okay, and you're going to take it apart and reassemble it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fantastic.
And I'll just put it in this one.
And the charge will go to the jury, the paper charge. Everyone is in agreement on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else then before we bring in the jury?
Nothing from the state.
Did y'all work out where the easel was going to stand?
I'm not using it, and so I think once I'm finished, if Ms. Bright Matthews can have a moment to set up her situation.
As long as you need, yeah, so.
Thank you.
Oh, I forgot. Did y'all have an opportunity to look at the verdict form?
I did.
Yes, sir. No
Everyone in
objection.
I can send it.
agreement on the?
It should have really just 2 not guilties, but
Well, I can't print it that way, so. All right, but thank you. All right, this will be the official verdict form then. All right, sir, can you please bring the jury in?
I hope everything the state said while the jury wasn't in there yesterday is said today with the jury in there. Because that was good. Okay, hold on, buddy.
Good morning. Hope everyone had a good evening. Did everyone follow the instructions with regard to speaking with anyone about the case, doing any research, all of that? Okay, great. Did anyone try to contact any of you with regard to the case? All right then, let's go ahead and begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the parties have presented their evidence in the case. It is now time for the attorneys to make their closing arguments. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence in this case. Their statements and arguments are meant to help you understand the evidence and apply the law to the evidence. You should disregard any remark, statement, or argument which is not supported by the evidence presented during the trial or the law that I will explain to you after the arguments. Does everyone understand that? All right then. I'm happy to hear from you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Terry Lewis was a survivor of domestic violence, but not for long. Craig made sure of that. And unfortunately, she's not here to tell her story. We hope that his actions and the truth that Leanne spoke to you resonates, and that it's enough for you to hold this man accountable for such a heinous murder. There is no dispute that Craig Lewis was at Wade Hampton when Terry Lewis was set on fire. He places himself with Terry at the crime scene. The only thing in question is whether this was some terrible accident or if it was an intentional criminal act. I don't want you to get bogged down by all of these peripheral issues that the defense has brought up, these probate court matters, Terry's health issues from 2012 and 2014. She had tremors. She had a balance issue years before. Craig says she lit herself on fire, lighting the same fireplace that she had been lighting for 25 years. None of those issues lend any insight to whether or not Craig set Terry on fire, or whether it was an accident. But you know what does? Craig and his actions, as well as the scene. Craig lends us a bunch of insight. The night before he claims Terry lit herself on fire using the same fireplace that she has forever, he gets into a violent domestic with her. Terry, hysterical, calls her daughter Leanne, 2 o'clock in the morning, to come get her. She's outside with what she could grab. They head on down the road. They have to turn around about half a mile because Terry realizes she doesn't have the keys to the Wade Hampton house. She goes back. She bangs on the door. Craig opens the door, slams it in her face, slams her hand in the door, throws things at her, pushes her down the wheelchair ramp in the back of the trailer. Eventually, he screams at Leanne to take her away before he hurts her. He screams that he has given her everything, but she is cheating on him, and now she gets nothing. Well, how does one ensure that one gets nothing? That sounds like a threat. That sounds like he wants her dead. Leanne takes Terry to the Wade Hampton residence. situates her there with her daughter's phone so she can get in touch if anything happens, if anything's going on. She checks on her the next morning. Everything seems fine. When she's at work, she starts getting hang-ups at about 10 a.m. Is that Terry calling for help? That makes sense. Craig's back. Leanne thinks nothing of it until after she's burned on 38% of her body, after she's at the hospital, and then she relays those concerns to the nurse. We don't know how long she was burning while Craig cleaned up. And when he realized she was not dying, he finally decided to take her to the hospital. But what he didn't do was call for any help. Let's talk for a minute about Leanne. She's an only child, she's an only daughter, she's extremely close with her mother, she's a devoted daughter. She was Terry's biggest advocate during her life and during her death. A daughter that would love nothing more than to get her mother back. She got on this stand and told you that Craig was not always bad. Things were not always bad between Craig and Terry. They had a long relationship, but things got bad at the end. The fact that the fact that Leanne does not think that her mother's murderer should benefit financially from the murder of his wife makes sense. It does not make her a dishonest person or a greedy person. In fact, it seems logical, and Leanne simply wants justice for her mother. She has waited 6 long years. This family has suffered. When the defense tried to cross her on her prior statements, it was, how many times did Craig slam her hand in the door? 5? Oh no, I think you said 3. No, was it 4? Okay. That just means she wasn't practicing her testimony. It's not inconsistent with the facts. She told nurses at the ER when she got to the hospital about the domestic because she was concerned that it may not be an accident and wanted police to look into it. So let's talk about when law enforcement was dispatched to make contact with Craig. What was he doing? He was in the carport, hosing down what appeared to be fire debris, cleaning up. When police told him he was being detained, he goes straight to his SUV, starts up the car, and tries to leave. He failed to respond to commands to get out of the vehicle. Several officers had to pull him out of the car. Craig Lewis, if you haven't noticed, is quite a large man. I believe David Long even said he looked like he had lost some weight.
I think I agree.
So he's far bigger than any of the officers that took the stand. So it did take several of them to pull him out of the car. It's also kind of an awkward thing to do. Regardless, he was eventually detained. But why was he trying to leave? And why did he not call 911? Why is he cleaning up? Why is there a couch missing from the living room that's burned up and thrown in the woods? Why was he clean as a whistle at the hospital? No soot, no burn debris on him, nothing. Terry's clothes aren't burned. Where are Terry's burned clothes? Probably in a smoking fire pit at the Kansas City residence. Why can Craig not answer any questions at the scene after Deputy Mullen gave him Miranda about what happened and how he tried to put the fire out? What do you mean? Because he didn't try and put the fire out. He didn't try to help her. He didn't call for help. The scene tells us a lot, so pay attention to those pictures. We have a wood-burning stove that Craig claims Terry was lighting and it blew back on her. Now, we don't even have any evidence that these doors were open. These doors, as testified to by the crime scene folks, had what appeared to be some of that fire debris residue on the outside, not on the inside. The doors were closed, okay? You can't light a fire with the doors closed. Also, if you look inside the fireplace and around the fireplace, there's cigarette butts, there are things that are flammable, paper over here, there's a chair over here. Nothing is singed around this fireplace. There is no damage to anything around this fireplace. Those cigarette butts are intact except for the part that was smoked. Those cotton ends are not singed. What is singed is a couch that's halfway across the room in the place that Terry would always sit. She always sat to the left, exactly where the couch is burned. That is then located in the woods off Risher Mountain Road. We also have bloody footprints traipsing about the house that come back to Terry from before Craig made her clean up, change clothes, what have you. He obviously wiped her feet off before taking her to the hospital, but DNA doesn't lie. It's Terry's blood in the House of Horrors. The other expert testimony we heard about was regarding ignitable fluids. Maybe they were used, maybe they weren't. You heard that they could be present, they can be burned off during a fire, they can evaporate. However, everyone knows that a couch can go up in flames like this. You don't need an accelerant to light a couch on fire or light someone on fire on the couch. Light the couch on fire to light someone on fire. People fall asleep with burning cigarettes and burn their house down. But that's not what's alleged here. Because the story that Craig tells is far different, and it has nothing to do with the couch. Terry's burns are not indicative of some sort of blowback from a fireplace accident. A burst of flames from a fireplace would not set her entire body on fire. Her entire front body is on fire. What makes sense? Craig's sooty jeans found in the house. They're in evidence. He didn't go to the hospital in these. He wasn't in a big hurry. He was going to clean
Oh
up.
God, I cannot imagine being on fire like that.
What I found interesting was when the defense was accusing Sergeant Varnado of not calling the fire department when he arrived on scene at 3 in the afternoon. We've got Craig with his wife burning to death, not calling the fire department. That's who should have called the fire department when Terry was engulfed in flames. You all have common sense as jurors, and you get to use that in determining the truth. That is your job here. But for Terry being lit on fire, she would not have been bedridden for months. She would not have suffered for months and months and months before contracting pneumonia to compromised lungs, compromised because she
Granny,
breathed in
I
fire.
can't even.
The ER doctor, Dr. Fisher, told you about the soot and burns that he saw in her mouth. The pathologist, Dr. Beaver, concluded that her death was the result of complications from thermal burns. Injuries that she sustained on January 17th of 2019. I'm not asking you to make large leaps in judgment. I'm not asking you to use your imagination. I'm asking you to use your common sense. The circumstances and facts that surround Terry's death point conclusively to Craig being the perpetrator. Things got bad because he was convinced that Terry was cheating on him. Terry got away from Craig that night,
Good morning.
but he made
guys.
sure she wasn't going to get away from him again. He also made sure that she was not going to be able to refute his story, and he stuck around the ER long enough to make sure that she couldn't tell a different one. She was a woman who had been beaten the night before. Her abuser takes her to the hospital and stands watch while she's intubated and goes unconscious. He decided what to tell the hospital and what to tell Leanne. Recall that both the nurse and the ER doctor did not know whether Terry was actually verbal at that stage, and she was intubated within minutes. Dr. Fisher told you that when he reports patient stated X, Y, and Z, it's a whole summary of information that has been relayed in a high-stress situation. Their concentration was on treating their patient. Remember that this is a court of record. If there's something I say that doesn't make sense, that is not how you recall the testimony, or something the defense says that is not how you recall the testimony, you can listen to it again. You can request to hear it. Don't necessarily take our words for what was testified to if that's not what you remember. Judge Dukes will charge you on the law. He is the sole judge of the law. I will point out that he will tell you that the state can rely on circumstantial evidence
I'm James
so
Sam.
long as it points conclusively to the defendant. He will also instruct you that you must be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt. And what that means is that you should be firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt to find him guilty. The state need not overcome every single doubt, because that would be impossible, and the doubt must be reasonable. So at this point, Ms. Bright Matthews will get a chance to give you her closing statement, and I will get a chance to briefly respond to any new argument that she brings up. But in the meantime, I really appreciate your attention and time. In this case, it's extremely important to all parties here, in particular, Leanne and her family. Thank you so much.
Ms. Bright Matthews, I understand you need a minute to arrange your exhibits.
I'll be okay with that.
All right, please proceed then.
How many exhibits does she have? She didn't have anything worthwhile while they have been in court the rest of the time.
Good morning. Thank you for your service. I know a lot of times people don't understand how appreciative I am, the court is, the state, and the defendant is for you giving us your time. It is an important
she's
civil
gonna
duty
suck up.
to serve on a jury. You've been here for 4 days, and on this rainy day, hopefully, this will be the last day you're here for the week. I want to express my thanks to the state, Ms. Swanson, for trying a good case. She can only try the case with the facts and the evidence that's given to her by the Sheriff's Department. She's done a good job trying to try this case. I want to thank the court for giving my client, Craig,
Morning, Turtle Talk.
his day in court, a fair trial. My team, my supporting team, I want to thank Brian Murdoch. This is his first, and he's sitting with me, and I think he's done a fine job. I want to thank Teresa McDonald from my office for helping out with trial. And most importantly, I want to thank my client, Craig Lewis, for putting his life in my hands.
Oh, jeez.
for trusting me
Gag
to
me.
zealously advocate for him. And in that regard, I want to say this. If something I personally did
Good morning, Kathy.
that you didn't approve of, don't take it out on my client.
Oh, no.
Take it out on me.
When did he pass away, Kathy?
At the beginning of trial, I told you there were some things you would not hear and some evidence you would not see. I told you that there is a lot going on in this case that will require your independent life experiences, your knowledge of
Right,
Walterboro,
Narcilla, like,
your
did she
knowledge
just
of
win
the
an award
people
or something?
here. That's invaluable. I did not tell you the story of Terry Lewis, Craig Lewis, and Leanne because I wanted you to hear that story as it developed from the witness stand. What have you heard? Leanne and Craig knew each other first since high school. They're only months apart in age. He would hang out at their house. Craig dropped out of school and moved into the house with Terry and Leanne. Leanne went to college. Craig and Terry fell in love.
Oh, no. That's not
They
normal.
began a relationship. He
I mean, to think
continued
the
to
jury
live
is
with
one
Terry
thing,
for
but-
years until 27 when he married the love of his life, who was 23 years older at 49. And Leanne told you that she didn't stay much at the house since then. It may not be pretty.
Kathy, when did
You
Wade
may not
pass
approve,
away?
but that's the story. Now let's get to why we're here. We're here because Craig is charged with a horrendous crime, murder and arson. Craig represents the antithesis of why I still practice criminal law, because everyone is presumed innocent. They deserve a fair shot at life. They deserve to be treated fairly. They deserve representations that is guaranteed to them under our Constitution. They deserve to not have trash thrown at them and then wanting to turn it into evidence. They deserve not to be kicked. They deserve not to be boxed. They deserve not to be lied upon. January 17th, Craig rushes his wife to the hospital with serious burn injuries. This is where your common sense as a
There was no
Walterboro
rushing.
citizen.
She changed her clothes.
Everybody knows that Longleaf is where an Academy Road and all of that area near Colleton Prep is very close to the hospital. The hospital's on Robertson Boulevard. What would you do if your spouse is burning? Would you sit there and wait 5 to 10 minutes for the ambulance that's further away? Or would you jump, clothe your wife, since she's burnt her clothes, clothe her and get her to the hospital as quick as possible?
No, I wouldn't have worried about
That argument about him cleaning up, that doesn't make any sense. And I'll explain to you that further. They arrived at the hospital, from what Dr. Fisher says, uncontroverted by the state. Dr. Fisher says 12:14 is their arrival time. He doesn't say anything about that it looked to be old burn wounds, but yet they want to make it seem like Craig sat there for a long time. He says chief complaint, smoke inhalation, thermal burn. Then he says occurred just, not late, or appeared to be old. He said occurred just prior to arrival. Doesn't get any plainer than that. Then he says, it says her progression is unchanged, but this is the most important part. context of onset of her injuries. She's painful. It doesn't radiate into her extremities, which means she doesn't have body injuries. Severe pain. Nothing wrong with her eyes. Patient denies any other symptoms. Now, why are we here when we have this statement? And I want you to take this back and read it. 63-year-old female with history of diabetes mellitus, hyperlipidemia, hypertension, thyroid disease, presents to emergency department, complaining of burns onset, once again, to refute what the state has said, just prior to arrival. It doesn't get any simpler than that. Patient states, the patient trying to start a fire in the fireplace with the lighter fluid. Patient states, not husband, patient states the flame shot backwards and caught the patient and her clothes on fire. Patient admits diffuse pain. Patient denies eye pain or vision changes. There are no other complaints at this time. That's real simple. I don't understand why we're here with this statement. Why didn't the sheriff's department read this statement or ask to talk to the doctor? Then there was much ado about what happened after the doctor. At one point, one of the detectives even testified that, oh, he left the hospital quickly. Well, then we refuted that. I had to pull it out of Nurse Bishop, but she finally admitted that because I showed her where she is the one that witnessed at 1431 Craig Lewis's signature. Nurse Bishop is the one. So after the sheriff's department, if they wanted to investigate, saw that, this case should have been over. He didn't just leave as if he was hiding something. He stayed there. As a matter of fact, I was able to get it out of Leanne that he called her a couple of times saying, you need to hurry up, get here. Dr. Fisher talked about how he counseled. He read it to you. I counseled with husband and wife. He told you that after he counseled with them, wife agreed for her intubation. It was to protect her airways, and husband was agreeable to the intubation. Dr. Fisher testified that at 12:27, he intubated her, and it went well. He said after that, all he wanted to do was make sure she got to the Augusta Burn Center. That was the plan. And that's what Craig called and told Leanne. Leanne kept talking about Atlanta at that point, but it was an hour or so later when they had to change the plan because they got a call back from the Augusta Burn Center that, guess what? Unfortunately, the Burn Center in Augusta didn't have a bed. So then they changed course and had to fly her to Atlanta. With this written proof of accidental burn, and with Leanne getting there about 3 hours late after this, that's the first time. And after Craig left, we hear anything about this was not an accident. But the problem I have with that is that she didn't go to the doctor. She went to the nurse. Now let's talk about how and I made sure Dr. Fisher got into this because the state on opening, and you rely upon your memory, the state on opening said that Terry Lewis, I remember the state getting up and saying, Terry Lewis on the whole front of her body had 3rd-degree burns. Dr. Fisher explains that 3rd degree is the worst type. 1st degree is like a sunburn. 2nd degree is less severe. It wasn't until we got up that we find the consistency to prove accidental. He says she had the worst burns down here. Those were 3rd degree. That's the only place she had 3rd degree. And it wasn't on her foot. No burns on her foot. That wasn't wrapped. And the reason why I'm bending down is because what happens if you're burned on your foot or on your, not on your foot. What happens if you get fire caught right here? You bend over and you're trying to get the object off of you. And then what happens is, now this is where common sense comes in. Fire comes up. It doesn't go down. Fire rises. She's bending down trying to remove the article, and that's when she gets burned up here. That's when the soot moves up. The state would have you think that lighter fluid doesn't cause fire to blow back. But I see commercials on that all the time. I've lit fires myself.
Oh,
It
say,
doesn't add up. It makes no sense. I've asked myself 5 years later, why are we still here with the evidence? The only credible, written, unbiased evidence was done by the doctor. One thing I will give Leanne credit for is that she says that when she was in the room with Craig, some 3 hours later, he was sitting in the corner, couldn't talk because he was so distraught. She finally admitted that he was distraught. But the state won't bring that up to you. During the 3 hours, while they're waiting, during the 3 hours, not one nurse, not one PA, not Dr. Fisher detects that there's been anything but a horrific accident. In fact, when Leanne arrives, she describes, after she talks about my client being distraught, he tells her once again, your mom was messing around with the fire. I think he said playing around with the fire. And it went back on her. As they continue to wait in the room, Leanne concocts her own theory. By theory, she described from the witness stand, I was thinking it was a possibility. Well, we can't prove a case on possibility. I was thinking it was a possibility of what happened. She then goes and questions the nurse, and the next thing we know, law enforcement gets called. Things for Craig Lewis changed drastically. First to the hospital comes Shauna Tozier. She talks to Leanne, looks at Terry Lewis's feet, saw that they were clean and untouched, does not talk to the doctor. Wow. Does not secure the video from the hospital. Wow. Does not even interview the nurse or the PA who called. Wow, wow. Then Sheriff Andy Strickland immediately puts out a be on the
my
lookout
house this
for
morning.
Craig Lewis driving a black SUV. They go straight to his house within minutes. Brian Vonnerdo, who went to school with Craig, has known Craig all of their life. Along with David Long, Craig let them in the house. They walk in the house and talk to him. And the next thing I know, they want to know why you didn't call them. Why would you, if your loved one has caught themselves on fire, you're going to protect them and get them to the emergency room. You're not going to sit and call the police department for a fire.
Why wouldn't
After
you?
they got their explanation from Craig, he goes to get in his SUV. They told him he could go. He went to get in his SUV. As he's getting in the SUV, he puts in the keys, turns it on, and they swarm on him. And Angela Stallings testified, finally I got it out of, that now Craig is as big as he is. She leans into that SUV and leans over him, grabs the key. You ain't going nowhere. It makes sense. Get him out of the car. Well, why not just say, Craig, you need to get out of the car. We need to talk to you some more. No, get him out of the car. You ain't going anywhere. They swarm the back of the house. Within seconds, 12 deputies are there. When Angela gives the command, command, they go to take this 6'6" man down any way they can, but they were trying to slam him next to his truck on the concrete. Craig wouldn't let them. He sidestepped and went down on the grass, and because he took those 2 steps to keep himself from being injured, they kick him and they box him.
Oh, God bless America.
You know how you can tell he was boxed? This little state finally gave us that. That shows what happened. They had no information about what happened, and they did that to a person, a citizen of Colleton County. Then, after that happened, remember David Long and his testimony? Very evasive. He's the first one in the house. As long as it's Brian Varnado and himself, him and Craig can talk very easily. There's no problem. It wasn't until he missed that first swing that he was and gave Craig that he became invasive. He says during the takedown that he didn't want to show me his fist, but I finally got it out of him.
That's
That he
from
injured that.
Court TV.
Angela Stallings told you Craig received a minor laceration. That is crazy. She still didn't put in her report that Craig had to be x-rayed at the hospital and checked out for the bruises and the kicks because of what happened to his back and his ribs. Right is right and wrong is wrong. A lie is a lie no matter what car it travels in. You should tell the whole truth. They had the medical records. You know why? Because when you're in custody at the Colleton County, when you're in police custody, they take you to the emergency room. They get your medical records because the county has to pay for it. Because they kicked on him, because they hit on him, the county had to pay for that service. It doesn't make sense. And she calls it, oh, he just got a Band-Aid. You have to look at the demeanor of all, and your jury charge is going to tell you that. Look at the demeanor of all of their testimony. Not one was consistent. David Long says, I gave him his Miranda. Then I believe Kelly Patrick came and said she gave him the Miranda. I don't know who gave him the Miranda. Nobody had a written Miranda form to get it signed out of their car, out of all of those cars. What I find most interesting out of this is Stallings says that she was over dispatch, but yet she did not preserve the 911 recording. Don't you think you would have needed that? They charged this man with murder and arson and didn't listen to the dispatch recording? Oh, come on. And she's the supervisor, she was trained, and she didn't think it was necessary to write a report for you?
If this jury
And 5 years
is
later, we got
pro-police,
to get
she's not doing
her to
herself
think
any
about
justice.
what she said or create a story. She is the lead investigator. She didn't even go back to the hospital. not even 2 miles away from this house. She didn't go to the hospital and even talk to the nurse, talk to the PA, talk to the doctor. No, she didn't. And let me ask you this. From the witness stand, can you tell who was actually in charge of this investigation? I saw a lot of this. No, he was in charge. Jason Chapman said, no, she was in charge. I don't think they know who was in charge. You know why?
Yeah.
Because they know they were dropping the ball. How about this? We wouldn't even be here today. If I am to believe 1/10 of what Leanne says from the stand, she says her mama was lucid, I think was the word she used, that after her mama stayed in the hospital in Atlanta and was transferred in May to the Charleston Hospital for rehab, she said her mama was lucid.
Oh, she really is.
Let's look at that. If her mama was lucid, and if the sheriff department wanted to get to the truth in this case, shouldn't one of those investigators have gone to Charleston? It ain't that far away.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes. Let's go.
Well, I've never heard somebody object during the closing arguments, boys. That state attorney is not happy. I'm telling you, if that jury is pro police, that lady just screwed herself as much as she's talked bad about them. I swear I'm not trying to yell at y'all. If I am, everything has moved to my ears, so my ears are so clogged up. Oh, I'll be so glad when whatever this crap is gone. Get off of her and let him have a private conversation. Okay, thanks, Nicole. I wish I could read lips though, because I don't know what they were saying, but she looked like she meant it.
As Angela Stallings and Jason Chapman are sitting there pointing their fingers at who's in charge, Craig Lewis sat in jail from the 17th.
I'm sorry, can you rule on that? Was that sustained?
We probably ought to do that outside of the presence of the jury if we're going to actually do that. Did you want to?
I want to proceed.
Randy, me either.
Okay.
Nicole, that
Yes,
lady
and I
with
will
the
start
round
again.
face and the real short
As
hair,
Angela
that's the
Stallings
daughter.
and Jason Chapman sat there pointing fingers at who should be in charge of the investigation, my client, Craig Lewis, sat in jail from January 17th to February 19th. He, if I go by what has been testified to, had already been Mirandized by 2 officers. Both Jason Chapman, after a little bit of prodding, finally admitted that they never even went over and talked to Craig Lewis to get his story. Perhaps the reason why Chapman and Stallings, as witnesses, were so defensive, at least appearing to me, is because they knew they dropped the ball. Let's look at Kelly Pageant and David Long. Their reports, too, are inconsistent. Does it make sense that both of them would have read Miranda rights? No. Sheriff Stanley Strickland goes to the hospital, talks to Craig, and finds the couch that he instructed someone to take to the dump, that Craig had previously had someone to take to the dump on the side of the road. Does this sound like Craig not cooperating? No. They confiscated Craig's phone. Did they bring you the evidence of what they confiscated? Because if so, then they would have been able to go in the phone, dump it, get the information, and backtrace on who Craig called to move the sofa as he's sitting there with his wife. We have to think of common sense. They could have found out, they would have found the text and everything. But we don't have that. I don't have the burden of proving anything. He went from the couch and helping them find the couch to lock up. There has been much ado about this burnt couch. Why is the couch so important? I don't know. Who would keep a burning couch or a couch that has been burnt in their house if they know they're going to be in Atlanta with their wife for fear that it will reignite and burn your whole house down? Doesn't it make sense that he's trying to get ready to head to the burn center in Atlanta? Who carried the burn sofa away? Sheriff's Department had the ability to have that
That's why you
person
call
here.
911.
And why they put it where
They
they
would've
put it,
made sure
why they put it, it has nothing to do with this case. They confiscated not only Craig's phone, they confiscated his wife's phone. But yet they didn't put any of that in the evidence. And coincidentally, when you became jurors in this case, that's why I asked, do any of you look at crime shows?
Crime shows. not real life.
31 days in lockup. Many officers involved in this case. Crickets.
This lady is a.
Now,
I'll be
you've
right
seen
back.
a lot of evidence. All of this evidence here. Look at this sofa. Look at the sofa. Look at the one they got off the side of the road. Look at the blanket that has the smothering burn on it. They didn't test any of that stuff. They knew they had the burden of proof. This sofa has not even been tested to see if it had lighter fluid on it. Who would burn their wife sitting on a sofa and throw it on their legs first? That's the only part of the sofa that's messed up. I heard some talk of the door to the fireplace being closed. I didn't enter this in the evidence. They did. They collected the sofa inserts off the side of the road in the blanket. You remember Officer Chapman, I had to get him to admit, oh, there's white cotton that looked, and if you look a little bit closer, you'll see the singe marks. Did they test that? Now, the other much ado in this case, I will admit, I was like, where would blood come from? Then it made sense. Dr. Fisher said, no, you don't find a lot of blood with burn because it cauterizes. So, but they test the blood prints, bloody footprints, doesn't have anybody here to tell us how old those bloody footprints were. Of course it's her blood. She lives in the house. She has a lot of medical issues. They don't say when they occurred or how they occurred. They just want you to live on probably, maybe, this is how I think it happened. That's not enough. And you know, they talk about this case being an old case, yeah? Well, it took me asking Miss Lacey, or Lacey, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name, that did the DNA. They took the swabs of her, Miss Lewis's DNA when she died on November the 3rd at MUSC. That's when the pathologist collected it. You know when Miss Lacey said she got the swabs to do the comparison? In 2022. All while Craig is languishing. They didn't worry about it. Somebody dropped that ball too. They didn't realize, I believe, that Dr. Fisher would talk about the cauterization of blood. They didn't realize that Shana Toja went to the hospital and saw a clean, untouched foot. They don't realize that you know that the burden is on them to bring a nurse here or bring a doctor here that says, I cleaned off her foot. I cleaned blood off of it. They could have gotten the nurse's notes. They didn't realize you understand when they clean your foot or they clean blood off you, it's usually some type of iodine that will leave a color. She said clean, untouched foot. The wood burning stove. Let me show you what I put into evidence. This is really crazy. Here is the picture. That's defense exhibit number 5. The door is clearly open. There is clearly a lighter fluid can on top of the stove. And yet, no one testified from that witness stand. And it's sort of embarrassing to me. Do you mean to tell me, Colleton County, no one out of those 12 people that came to the scene doing investigations, nobody knows how to lift fingerprints?
Does this lady ever run out
They
of
didn't even bother to lift fingerprints off of this lighter fluid can. I could bet you if Craig's fingerprints were on there, you would have been presented with that evidence. That's just unbelievable. And yet they come here and try to show you pictures of a closed door with some debris. As old as this house looks and as old as this stove looks, they can't tell you when that debris was put there or what happened. They didn't even bother make an attempt to bring you a cause and origin expert. The burden is on the state. They didn't even bother to get someone from the fire department to come and say, hey, this is my specialty, this is what I do, I determine fires, this looks like it's been set this long ago. No. They just want to call Craig a murderer.
Brought a fire expert in and you whined about it.
Then they said, oh, we felt the log. What? You felt the log? And you couldn't get in the house until 5:30, pursuant to the search warrant. If all the fire blew out, there's none going to be in the fire.
It's still gonna be warm, you dummy.
There's much ado about residue from the house.
This
They didn't
lady
even
not know how
test it, so I
fires
don't know
work?
why they testified to it. I saw even one that looked like there was dog urine. They talked about that on the floor. I don't understand.
Especially a
You
metal
have here-
stove like that.
Some bags. You got a bag which appears to be jeans. They just threw it in to evidence. Didn't test that either. Another bag which appears to be jeans.
Right, Reggie?
And she says the reason why she put this in is there was debris on the bottom of the pants leg.
This is crazy.
So which one was he wearing? They hadn't tested that either. But yet they talk about burn pits he had at his other house. Perhaps it came from that. And wouldn't you expect stuff at somebody's house? They want you to figure out which one is real evidence, because we know he wasn't wearing 2 jeans. We don't even know what he was wearing.
Hindsight, they could
Why are we here?
not. I
The
don't.
only written evidence we have that an accident happened came from Terry Lewis's own statement to medical
I hope they don't.
experts. This is an accidental burn. This is not an arson. This is not a murder. We're here only because of speculation and possibility. Leanne is the real reason why we're here. No one has shown you how Terry was burned or when Terry was burned. No one has shown when
Well,
Craig
that
got
lady
to the
right
house.
there is this daughter.
Just that he got there in time to
Or,
save his
yeah,
wife.
but-
In order to get to why Leanne made these allegations and why after 5 years Craig is still facing arson and murder charges, I had to go where they say you have to go sometime. I had to follow the money. Follow the money, sometimes you'll find people's motives. The check.
Oh, please don't tell me she's about to blame the daughter.
I know we live in a digital age, and I know most people don't get their checks. But we have a check here that is Exhibit 6. Says January 15th is the date of the check. It's written to Leanne Kellum, $1,200 for a scribbly signature of Leanne's mother, Terry Lewis, signing it. The same mother who Dr. Rankin said had tremors. In November, she had tremors. I submit to you to think about this.
How long do y'all
This
think
check
it'll
is on
take
the
to get a
15th.
verdict?
Leanne says she was there to their house on Kansas City on the 16th. Everything's copacetic because she's needing money and wanting $25,000 and wanting him to put the house in her name, in his name. Why then would that little story she told about why she wrote this check the day before and that her mama was planning on leaving Craig, why would they do this on Tuesday? She go to the house, this check it would be on Tuesday, January the 15th. She goes to the house on Wednesday. She's texting back and forth, and she's trying to say her mother did this on Tuesday knowing that she was leaving for Leanne to get her some money so that she could help her mama get out of the marriage. But yet, this is what's telling. Leanne does not cash this check until January 23rd. That tells me that she predated a check to make it look good, but she didn't realize she would have to testify to being up there and up there at the house the day before. Makes no sense whatsoever. Follow the money. I wouldn't blame the state. I wouldn't blame them not
They
wanting
say
me to get
try to
into
grave
the
at
fact
least
that
at that-
Leanne,
It
within
could've
days
burned
of her
off. They
mama's
wouldn't have found it.
burning, accidental burning, froze, attempted to freeze Craig's assets. She knew that Craig had inherited cash and that it was in a safety deposit box. She had it frozen by the court when she did her conservatorship. They didn't want me to get into it. Here's the order. It's for you to read. The order is real clear. While she was conservator over her mama's estate, $4,454.90 in expenditures she couldn't account for, and $1,832 of expenditures went to other people, not Terry Lewis. Even though she says she's got reasons why she did it, now she says her mama wanted her to do those things. Who thinks of doing a GoFundMe 4 days after something horrific like this?
I believe I know a
Who
parent
thinks
of
of
a
that?
missing child that did
Who's
it
that?
in less
She
than
got the
24
money
hours.
from that,
if I'm
but
not
because it was
mistaken.
in reference to a crime that she was alleging, I wonder why she had to
Just
take it
saying.
down. What's disturbing to me is when asked about the life insurance policy, the life insurance policy was paid for from their joint account, Terry and Craig's joint account. She tells us that her mother was lucid enough to tell her in May of 2019 that, yes, Leanne, you deserve that money. Go and change that $25,000 life insurance policy to yourself. And you saw her expression. That's when she crossed her legs and said, yes, Mom told me to change it, move Craig as beneficiary and put myself as beneficiary. Shortly after us, May, the same May that the life insurance beneficiary was changed, the do not resuscitate was signed by Leanne. And then she starts talking about how Mom lost the will to live.
Also, yeah, he
Would
has
not
like
get out of
zero
bed, stop
emotion
getting
in
out
it.
of the bed,
Frustrating.
develop pneumonia and bed sores. She says big enough where you could put a fist in. Had to be sent back to Augusta Nursing Home by November 1st. Craig's wife that he took care of. He took care of her through bipolar, dementia, tremors, double mastectomy. He stood by her. Craig's wife, he wasn't able to see her from the time he left Colleton Medical. He has never seen his wife
Rainey, I
again.
agree.
Never.
But he's not shed one
His
tear
life
since we've been in
was
here. Look
forever
at it.
changed.
Look
That
at
was
the
a
dude.
25-year investment. Perhaps she didn't want Craig to be with her mother, but that's who he chose. She died, never seen her husband. Perhaps she would have been able to thrive if she had him. Because she, from the witness stand, said that her mother got better from the burns. So if her mother got better from the burns, why are we here on murder? Doesn't make any sense. Her mother got better from the burns. She went back to have a neck adjustment. Allegations of the abuse the night before. Let's unpack that bag.
Hindsight, yeah.
What daughter would allow their
Obviously
mother
didn't
to
get
be
better from the
treated in the
burns,
way
though, 'cause
she
the doctor said
described
she
without
died
defending her
from
and, more
results
importantly,
of
calling the
being
police?
burnt. The doctors
That
aren't
is
going
the
to lie about it.
craziest allegation
I would
I've ever
hope
heard.
not.
Here's the abuse if I listen to what she says. Mom is waiting outside of a dark trailer at 2 o'clock in the morning. I had to elicit from her that Mom was actually sitting. Where are the 3 dogs? She doesn't talk about that. She arrives, takes her away, and turns around to get her keys and wallet. First she said keys and medicine. And then after I asked her about her statement, then she says keys and wallet because she needed to buy cigarettes. But before she said she usually buys her mama her cigarettes. Mom beats on the door and Craig comes to the door, slings the door open, pushes Mom down this long ramp, the ramp he made for her because she was falling a lot. You see how long that ramp is? Mom lands on the dirt, which means he would have had to push her with such violent force that she would have tumbled over or whatever. There is no way that you can even buy her story
How long
because
is this
that is a
supposed to
long
argue
ramp.
really crap?
When I asked, where were you parked when you saw it? Because she says it was dark. Oh, yeah, I guess around here. Okay. I drove around there. Well, here's what you do. You look at what her vantage point is. Then when she realized where the next question was, she said she got out. What daughter would stand there and let somebody slam their mama's hand in the door one time? What daughter would stand there and let somebody grab their mama's face and slam down into a grill? And coincidentally, if you look at the picture, if you got the door open, you can't get to the grill.
Oh gosh, hindsight. Right, Granny. Things like that happen so fast. If she was sitting in her car, what was she supposed to do? She can't stop it if it's already happened. I didn't realize we were recapping the whole trial and then some with this closing argument. Jesus. Leilani's closing argument wasn't even this long, and she had way more counts than just arson and murder.
While Brian finds me State's Exhibit 48, I want you to look at that and tell me, imagine this at 2 o'clock in the morning in her story she gave. First, the other thing she said on direct examination, and I want you to remember her body language. I made note of the fact that at that point, her legs were crossed. Her body language changed. I asked her, how many times was this? How many times was the fall? He pushed it down 3 times, and you didn't grab your mama, who was apparently having a manic or some type of problem? I'm totally befuddled by it.
This lady, can we fast forward?
I want you to look at the grill.
She's aggravated me. Emery, she really is. I mean, what is she gonna bring up the daughter's whole life story again? This is ridiculous.
When I asked Leanne
Our next
about the falls,
case that we
she
do,
said
I
it was
have to find
3.
it somewhere better to
She
speak.
said he pushed her down. And I said, well, where did she land? Because I wanted to know. He built this ramp for her because of her problems. I wanted to know, where did she fall? On the dirt. Well, look at how long that is. Then he supposedly,
What a that's
Leanne
such a
said she
weird
was there. I don't know whether she was on the ramp or there, but I don't have the burden. There's a grill right there. She says that Craig slung open this door. If you
All
sling
things,
open the
yeah,
door,
I would too,
oh,
but
come on.
She
Who's
may
gonna
have just
stand
been
there and
trying to
let
get her mom
him?
out of
He can't. He would have to put her head around the door in order to slam it.
we could say what we would do all day
Don't let
long.
anybody
We're
insult
there.
your intelligence.
We
This
don't
makes
actually know
no
it.
sense. No police report. What daughter is going to allow their mother, who is frail, who has all of these problems, to be attacked? And just hours before, you were there asking for $25,000
Look,
and
there
a
she
house
goes
to be
with the
put
money.
in Craig's name.
My God. Is she trying to? I think she's trying to accuse the daughter.
What
of
daughter wouldn't take their mom, who's such a frail person, to an emergency room? You know she's got problem with instability. You know she has like 9 different chronic health conditions. She's 63 years old. Her head has just, if I go with you, has been slammed into a grill. What daughter would not take their mama to the
Amen,
emergency
hindsight.
room?
I feel that.
Come on. Was the money more important than mama? Let's talk about Terry's medical condition. Leanne sat right there and said, oh, the tremors had resolved. Well, Dr. Rinkin said in November, she still had the same medical problems. Falls, tremors, dementia.
Yep.
She had the
Feeling-
2014 incident was where she had lithium toxicity and was in the hospital also with falling. Then he said she has a chronic condition of hypothyroidism. That causes you to be laggy and it causes you to fall sometimes. But most importantly, Dr. Rinkin, who has been treating her since 2010, says that she He said that Terry reported when she had to stay in the hospital on the 4th floor and have the psychological eval, the report that he got, they asked that specific question of any of their patients. And he said the report that he got said Terry had never reported any form of abuse. If the state wanted to give you the truth, wouldn't they have
How
found?
many people that are abused actually ever reported?
I believe
Not
in
many.
believing in my client. It helps me fight harder for them. First thing I did was subpoena the sheriff's department and the police department ad infinitum. I want any allegations of abuse. Show me all incident reports coming out of Terry Lewis, Leanne, and Craig.
Nicole, we'll be here all day.
We found
for a
reports of
stupid
other stuff.
closing argument.
Nothing regarding any criminal domestic violence, and he's not charged and never been charged with criminal domestic violence, nor has Terry been charged with criminal domestic violence.
Objection, Your Honor, arguing facts that are not within the record.
Let's come around here for a moment, thanks.
Thank you for stopping her. This lady never runs out of oxygen. She must have like a tank set up on her back or something. Shut up, lady. Nicole, I have never seen a closing argument last this long. This is crazy. Darzilla, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It literally sounds like she's trying to accuse the daughter of doing this. The daughter wasn't even there. Craig put himself
here
here.
to testify.
What the hell?
Not a one testified that Craig Lewis, prior to January 17th, 2019, had ever had
I'd say
a criminal
absolutely
domestic
not.
violence.
Does she?
Same
She
thing
doesn't
for
get it
Terry.
at all. Granny,
So why
it's crazy. I've never seen
are we to
objections during
believe
closing arguments. That's
Leanne?
just throwing me for a whole
Do
loop.
you believe Dr. Rinkin on her medical condition or Leanne? Do you believe what Leanne said about Craig's infidelity?
Jesus, shit.
Wouldn't
Sit down and
Leanne know
shut the
best?
fuck up.
Whether that story is true? One thing is certain. Her relationship with Craig and her thirst for money gives her the motive to lie and concoct a crazy story that we've heard and get him arrested with hopes of him going away and her getting the money.
Buddy.
Follow the money. In closing, think of this. There is no way
either, Granny.
this
That's new to
6'6"
me.
man would burn his wife on her legs to kill her. All those medications she was under, there are many, many ways he could have done that.
What kind
Why
of
would he kill her?
accent was that?
I don't know whether you heard it or not, but when they were talking about the clothes that was taken off Miss Terry,
Come on, lady.
they had to cut
She's
her
getting on my
clothes off
nerves.
her.
Really.
And Terry was so sick, she was wearing Depends.
I'm gonna go clean my house. Y'all let me know when she's done.
Why come in here and say this was all 3rd-degree burns when you know, with a little bit of checking, that the worst burns were down bottom? What makes sense? How can he would have had to get on his knee? For 6'6", he would have had to get on the floor to throw something on her or set her on fire.
What?
She says, "Oh, Terry always sat in that chair. They got 3 dogs. Look at the chair. Look at the pictures of the chair." And then she said, "I don't go over to the house that much," so how can she testify to that? Where Terry sat.
That's like saying a 5-foot person couldn't throw a ball in a
It
basketball.
makes no
game.
sense.
She's an idiot.
It makes sense what Terry said. The records don't lie. When she bent over trying to get her clothes off, the fire spread to her face. She probably ran around freaking out. It makes sense that she, having tremors, smoking cigarettes, she's shaking. Some of the lighter fluid got on her pants leg, and then when she lit the fire, it blew back on her. Common sense. And she can't
fireplace
get
got
around
red
that well, so she probably stumbled
wasn't
over to the
burning.
couch.
It
What does make sense, though, is that Terry Lewis loved Craig, and Craig
I just want to
loved
convict
Terry.
her because she's.
He loved her
Really?
so much, she burnt her clothes off. He made sure that she was covered enough and got her into that hospital. Do we have an arson? Do we have a murder? We have only an accident and a miscarriage of justice to my client, Craig Lewis. His wife is gone. And all they seem to care about is getting a pound of flesh.
Daughtersville.
This is no love story, as the defense would have you believe. It simply
Also,
is
she's
not.
probably not
It is
married.
a nightmare. Being burned alive is a complete nightmare. What would you do if your spouse is burning? Not change clothes before going to the hospital. Maybe call someone with some medical training so that they can remove the clothing from burning flesh. That's why the hospital cut the clothing off of Terry that she came in with, the non-burned clothing, because they didn't want to further injure her. Let's see. Reports don't testify, okay? Doctors and nurses testify. You listened to them testify. Whether or not police talk to those nurses or doctors, they talk to you, so you have that information. Does this look like a stove that flames just came out of? No, it doesn't. And why wasn't this fingerprinted? Why wasn't that fingerprinted? Why wasn't DNA done on this? Because this is in Terry and Craig's home, where their fingerprints would be all over, where their DNA would be all over, because they lived there. DNA fingerprints would prove nothing, because you can't tell when DNA was placed there, nor when a fingerprint was placed there. Ms. Bright Matthews wants to argue that Craig was
That's
distraught.
not
Well, I
exactly.
think Leanne
Can I
also
say,
described the
why change her
word
clothes if she's so
panicked
worried about her?
when she described what he was like, when his demeanor was like. Panicked, because he knew, oh boy, this does not look good for me. Let me make some arrangements to get that couch out of here, because that doesn't look good. Also, let's talk about the grill. Seems to me, unlike what Miss Matthews told you, that you can actually open the door and get to the grill. So you make that determination. She talked a lot about how Craig was the victim of a police beating. There is no evidence of that. None of these officers testified that they kicked or punched him. He was failing to follow their commands to get out of the car. He was being detained. He did not want to be detained. He is a huge man. They got him out of the car. They took him to the ER. Dr. Fisher told you that he had a scrape on his face, that he complained about possible internal injuries. They x-rayed him. The x-rays were clear. They sent him on to the jail with a couple Advil. He was fine. He is not the victim in this case. I believe Miss Bright Matthews mentioned that residue from the house that was on the floor was not tested. It was. It's in these cans. Agent Tang testified to it. Unfortunately, it just didn't tell us very much because if there was any ignitable fluid, it could have been evaporated, but we talked about that already, and use your common sense. She wants you to follow the money. Well, if you listen to her version, it sounds like Leanne should be on trial for murder. That she was so greedy that all she wanted from her mom was money, money, money.
Would you want your mom to
Craig
use
is
her
on
to
trial
get her
for
money?
murder,
I would.
okay? Follow the money. Craig screamed at Terry the night before he burned her alive. You are a cheater. You will get nothing. So, let's follow
His ass
the
is
money.
sleeping in the court.
I'm asking you to return a guilty verdict for arson and murder against Craig Lewis. Thank you.
This is when you should show some emotion, jackass, not sleep.
Thank you so
in the middle
much.
of the court.
We're going to take up a brief matter of law outside of your presence, and then I'll bring you back in for the charge.
If I was his attorney, I would have
You
slapped
would
the
take
shit
that
out of
back.
him.
Thank
Right
you.
now. Left him another mark on his face like he says the cops did. Wake your ass up.
Cold, hot? Cold?
Right, Reggie?
See, I'm wearing a coat, so.
He'll smirk again in a minute. What are you eating? Fix your hair. Also, go teach him how to do his hair or something. You were Funky. Funky, is that what your hair looks like? That's why you don't turn your camera on, because we'd laugh at you. Funky's gonna kill me. There's
Thank you.
no
We had
proof
two
that she was
objections
cheating, Nicole.
During closing,
Just what he
in
was.
both
He
of
had
those
himself
cases,
convinced as.
I think the timing of the objection and Ms. Bright Matthews stopping with the comments at that moment may very well have cured it. I'm concerned if I give a curative instruction with regard to those two things to the jury, that it'll be more confusing than helpful. Anything from the state on that?
I don't want to draw any more attention to it. I just do want to say that that was completely improper for the defense to
Funky, you didn't deny it.
to ask the jury to consider why police didn't go interview the victim
Bunch of
when they actually did.
Yep.
And that was not admissible because it was hearsay. And the defense did not want that in.
Well,
And then they want to argue
let's do
that
this.
that
Wait,
statement
hold
is
on,
not
hold on
in.
1 second. I ruled in your favor on the exclusion of it, and again, I think we stopped it in a timely fashion. So I think that probably handles it, because again, I think you even agree to deal with it further might confuse the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
He
you.
knows
Ms.
it.
Bright Matthews, anything on that
What are you
subject?
talking about?
Nothing other than what, in essence, we discussed in sidebar. The issue of lucidity was elicited from the stand by
Well, we still even
Leanne Kellum, and the issue regarding the interview that she's referring to does not relate to any officers with Colleton County that have jurisdiction here.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and let's see, now that
Oh,
this has been
gosh.
handed back to me, has there been a change, or?
It was just the format.
Don't hate me, I'll just.
Oh, the
Just the
formatting.
correction that we.
Okay,
I think
so
you
I've been
get
handed
more
what I believe is the jury charge that everyone agrees on. Again, I understand the spoliation motion from earlier, which is on the record, my denying the defendant's request for that. So I think we are probably ready. Anything before we bring the jury back in for the charge?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you could tell me.
Can you bring them back in,
From the
please?
defense, I just said nothing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, wait till we go on break or whatever it is when they're done, and then I'll give it to you if I can figure out how, because this is not StreamYard. By the way, you guys, we're on Restream now, not StreamYard, because I refuse to pay so much money for StreamYard. Nicole, that's what I'm saying, girl. A mommy makeover would be real nice. Give you what, Funky? I think we're just waiting on the jury to come back in, and then we'll go on verdict watch. Oh, I'm so congested. This is miserable. I can feel it in my face all right here. It's awful. Funky, sit down. Hindsight, it's usually the guilty one that starts first. All saying, you should have seen one of the officers yesterday. He looked like he had clip-on bangs. The way his hair came out. It was awful. Bubba, you gonna mess the charger up. Be still, buddy. Good. Oh, Chris Marie, thankfully it's just me, but we went, what was it, like 2 months almost with all of my kids being sick. No,
Okay.
yeah, that's what I
This may take a
lived
few
on
minutes.
Monday,
I'm
that's
gonna
why
read
I
you the
slept all
charge.
day.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my duty as the trial judge, under the Constitution of this state, to charge and instruct you on the law applicable to this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law, as I will now
Hindsight, I'm
state it
so
to you.
serious. It was awful.
Furthermore, it is your exclusive duty to decide all of the issues of fact in this case, and to determine the effect, value, and weight of the evidence.
Granny, I hope you
Both the
feel
state
good.
and the defendant have a right to expect that you will carefully consider and evaluate the evidence and apply the
You
law
just
of
wait a
this
minute,
case
and I'll
to
let you
it, so that in
on
the
the
end,
panel
both the
when
state
he's
of
done.
South Carolina and the defendant will receive a fair and impartial trial. I want you to understand that when I use the word defendant, I refer to Mr. Craig Anthony Lewis. Furthermore, it is important to understand that the state of South Carolina charges the defendant with the offenses known as arson first degree and murder. To this charge, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty places the burden of proof on the state to prove the guilt of the defendant to you, the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt. I remind you that the fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence in this case and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt in this case, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. The indictment is simply the formal written instrument which contains the charge made against the defendant. It is the formal document by which this case is brought into this court. Now, during this trial, you and I have separate duties to perform. As the trial judge, it is my responsibility to preside over this trial, and I also have the duty to rule upon admissibility of the evidence offered during the process of this trial. In that regard, you are to consider only the competent evidence before you and are to disregard from your mind any testimony ordered stricken from the record in this case during the progress of the trial, if there was any. And you are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, together with any exhibits admitted into the record of this case and any stipulations of counsel made into the record if there were any. Furthermore, I have the additional duty to charge you on the applicable law of this case, and in that regard, I am the sole judge of the law of the case. It is your duty to accept and apply the law as I state it to you. If you have any preconceived ideas of what the law is or what the law ought to be, and it does not agree with what I tell you the law is, you are obligated under your oath to abandon these preconceptions because you are sworn to accept the law precisely as I state it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, in this trial, you are the sole and exclusive judge of the facts, and I am the judge of the law. Do not infer that I have any opinion about the facts in this case from anything I have said during the course of this trial, in ruling upon the admissibility of evidence or otherwise, or from anything that I say during the course of this charge to you. In this regard, the law simply does not permit me to have an opinion about facts. As jurors, it is your duty alone to determine the effect, value, and weight of the evidence presented during the course of this trial. In determining what the facts in this case are, you must judge the credibility, which simply means the believability of the witnesses and the value or weight to be given to their testimony. You alone must decide the force and effect of the testimony. In making this decision, there are many things you may and should take into consideration, such as the appearance and manner of the witness on the stand, a characteristic often referred to as the demeanor of the witness. Was the witness forthright or hesitant? Was the witness testimony consistent, or did it contain discrepancies? What was the ability of the witness to know the facts about which he or she testified? Did the witness have a cause or reason to be biased and prejudiced in favor of the testimony he or she gave? Was the testimony of the witness corroborated or made stronger by other testimony and evidence, or was it made weaker or impeached by such other testimony and evidence? As jurors, please understand you have the right to believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and discard a larger portion, or vice versa. You may believe all of a witness's testimony or none. You may believe the testimony of a single witness against that of many witnesses, or the other way around. In exercising your mental processes and attempting to decide the verdict, the law simply requires that you exercise your good judgment, your common sense, your sense of logic and reason, and your experiences in life. You then apply these attributes to the evidence and apply the law as I state it to you, and thus arrive at a verdict. The rules of evidence ordinarily do not permit witnesses to testify to opinions or conclusions. An exception to this rule exists for witnesses we call expert witnesses. A witness who, by education and experience, has become an expert in some art, science, profession, or calling may state an opinion as to the relevant and material matter in which the witness claims to be an expert, and may also state the reasons for the opinion. You should consider any expert opinion received as evidence in this case, and like any other evidence, give it the weight you think it deserves. If you decide that the opinion of an expert witness is not based on sufficient education or experience, or if you conclude the reasons given in support of the opinion are not sound, or that the opinion is outweighed by other evidence, you may disregard the opinion entirely. An expert witness's testimony is to be given no greater weight than that of any other witness simply because the witness is an expert. Further, you are not required to accept an expert's opinion even though it is not contradicted. It is vital to understand that the defendant is presumed under the law to be innocent of these charges. The defendant has no obligation to prove his innocence. It is a fundamental rule of our law that a defendant, irrespective of the seriousness of the charges against him, is always presumed innocent of the crimes for which he is charged, unless and until his guilt has been proven by evidence that satisfies you, the jury, beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory or legal phrase. The presumption of innocence is very important, and you need to understand that this presumption accompanies the defendant from the time of his arrest and appearance in this court, and continues with the defendant even after you retire to the jury room to deliberate. In other words, the defendant receives the benefit of the presumption of innocence until the very end of this trial, when you, the jury, will deliberate upon the evidence and decide whether the state has proven his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt that would cause a reasonable person to hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. So even in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. However, if based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there is a real possibility that he is not guilty, you must give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. Jurors, please understand that reasonable doubt may arise from evidence which has been presented in the case or from lack of evidence in the case. It is your responsibility to determine whether or not reasonable doubt exists as to the guilt of this defendant. I charge you that the defendant is entitled to every reasonable doubt arising in the whole case. If upon any issue of fact essential to conviction and a verdict of guilty, you have a reasonable doubt as to how that issue should be resolved, it would be your duty to resolve that reasonable doubt in favor of the defendant. Thus, in summary, it is important to understand that a defendant is not required to prove his innocence. Instead, the state is required by law to prove every essential element of the offense charged against the defendant by evidence which satisfies you of his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Only then can you convict the defendant and find him guilty. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a
Get your
fact.
feet down for me. Unplug mine.
Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, all
that
of the
makes me
circumstances must be consistent with each other,
Ooh.
and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If the circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. I instruct you and emphasize that the fact the defendant did not testify is not a factor to be considered by you in any way in your deliberation and in your consideration on the question of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever. A defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent, and the assertion of this right must not be considered by you in your deliberations. I repeat, under your oath, you are to draw no conclusion whatsoever from the fact that the defendant in this case did not testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify should not even be discussed in the jury room. The burden of proof, as I have stated to you, is on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The burden of proof remains on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In order to establish criminal liability, criminal intent is required. For example, the mental state required to be proven by the state for a particular crime might be purpose, intent, knowledge, recklessness, or criminal negligence. Criminal intent must be proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal intent is always a matter that must be determined by the jury from the circumstances surrounding the situation. There is no way to prove intent to a mathematical certainty. There is no way medical science can dissect a person's brain and determine what the person had in mind. So the law says that criminal intent may be shown from the circumstances shown to have existed. This is how you make a determination of whether or not the element requiring intent was present. It is not necessary to establish intent by direct and positive evidence, but intent may be established in the same way as any other fact by taking into consideration the acts of the parties and all of the facts and circumstances in the case. Criminal intent is a mental state, a conscious wrongdoing. It is up to you to determine what the defendant intended to do based on the circumstances shown to have existed. Criminal intent can arise from action or a failure to act. It may arise from negligence, recklessness, or an indifference to duty or to consequences that is considered by the law to be the equivalent of criminal intent.
Reggie.
The defendant is charged with arson. The state must prove 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt to establish arson.
Because I have been so proud of
Number
that.
1,
He's done
willful
so
and
good. Way
malicious
better than I
act.
thought he would have.
Willful
There's
means
this-
intentional, that it was not done by accident. A willful
when-
act
and when
is
it's
one
just
done
him, he's real
voluntarily
good.
and
When all of his
intentionally
siblings
with
get
the
home, it's a
specific
wreck.
intent to do so. I will read that
Oh,
again
God,
because
Funky.
I made a mistake
You
that I
make my
corrected, but I'll read it
nose
again just to
hurt.
make sure.
Ooh.
Willful means intentional,
Do you not have like
that it
surgery
was not
planned
done
or
by
anything?
accident. A willful act is one done voluntarily and intentionally with the specific intent to do so. Number 2, burning that results in damage to a building, structure, or any property specified, including personal property. The
Okay,
burning
right,
must
and
result in damage to the building,
got-
structure, or property. It is not necessary that the building, structure, or property be consumed or destroyed, only that it be damaged. The burden is upon the state to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 3, death or serious bodily injury. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the death or serious bodily injury to a person resulted either directly or indirectly from the willful and malicious conduct. The defendant is charged with murder. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse and with an intent to inflict an injury. It is an evil intent. Malice is wrongful intent to injure another person. It indicates a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. Malice is a legal term implying wickedness and excluding a just cause or excuse. The term malice indicates a formed purpose and design to do a wrongful act under the circumstances that excludes any legal right to do it. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be express or implied. These terms, express and implied, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which the malice may be shown to exist, either by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence from the facts and circumstances which are proved. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other act of preparation going to show that the deed was within the defendant's mind would be express malice. Malice may be shown from conduct showing a total disregard for human life.
Oh, Reggie.
Ladies and
poor
gentlemen, I
dog.
want you to clearly understand that you are not partisans or advocates for the state of South Carolina or the defendant. It is your duty, by your joint deliberations, to determine the facts in this case, giving the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt on each and every issue. Then, to the facts which you determine to be true, you should take and apply the law which has been given to you by this court, and thus arrive at a verdict in this case. Thus, when you have accomplished these responsibilities, you will have satisfied your oath as jurors, and you will have discharged your duty to this court. Once you retire to the jury room, the bailiff will give
Shoot, I
the
still need to
verdict
set
form
the
to the
email up,
foreperson.
user. I forgot.
When you, the jury, arrive at a
I
verdict
have an email. I
as
just
to the
keep forgetting
offenses
to put it
charged
on
in
there.
this case, the foreperson will select the verdict as to that offense on the verdict form. If the state has failed to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict will be not guilty.
Telling you, if I was
Likewise, if the
his attorney,
state
I
has
would
proven the
jab
guilt
him
of the
in the
defendant
ribs.
beyond a reasonable doubt,
Every
your
couple
verdict will be
minutes.
guilty.
But that's
Once a
what we're
decision
doing.
has been made, the foreperson will check whichever choice is the verdict of the jury as to the offenses charged. The verdict that you render in this case must be the verdict of each and every juror. It must be your unanimous verdict. All 12 jurors must agree on the verdict which you authorize the foreperson to write for the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to further understand that the order in which the choices of the verdict appear on the verdict form are not suggestive of any verdict on part of this court. The verdict in this
When I get
case
off
is to
here,
be
it's
determined
balls
by
to the
you, the
wall
jury,
till we go to
not the
bed.
court. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen,
Better
please
not
understand
forget.
that even though we'll give the verdict form to the foreperson, it is not her verdict alone. It is the verdict of all 12 of you. And I emphasize again, it must be unanimous. You must consider the instructions as a whole and not follow some and ignore others. I now ask you to please retire to the jury room, but do not begin your deliberations until you are told to do so. The law requires that I now consult with the attorneys to make sure that I have not left anything
Leave
out
it
of
on
these
saying, "See you
instructions.
later."
After I have checked with the attorneys, the bailiff will bring in the verdict form and instruct you to begin your deliberations. Also, should you have any question during your deliberations, you must put them in writing and send them to me by the bailiff. The court bailiff will be placed immediately outside of the jury room during your deliberations. If you have questions, please do not write the breakdown of your vote on the paper that you give the bailiff. Once you have reached your verdict, please knock on the jury room door and ask the bailiff to advise the court that you have reached a verdict, and we will return to the courtroom as promptly as possible. We will return you to the courtroom as promptly as possible. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may now retire to the jury room, but again, do not begin your deliberations until you have been advised to do so. Thank you. Bailiff, would you please separate the alternates into a separate room than the jury room at this time?
You gonna get scared now, buddy? Now it's time. I know that has frustrated me so much this whole case. No emotion whatsoever. Now we wait.
All right. Other than the spoliation issue that we took up later, which I think is on the record, anything, any comments?
No exceptions to the charge or the jury verdict.
Thank you.
None from the state, thank you.
All right, the charge that I was going to send back with them, when I read, sometimes I draw, so I'm going to get a clean one. We have a clean one? All right, I'm not going to send this one with blue marks that may indicate one part's more important than another. That's just my doodling as I draw.
He doodles in court? Well, that's professional.
The format's a little messed up on this one, but it's the exact same thing you just.
Okay, the format is
Guilty?
slightly different
Okay.
on this one.
I'll
Same
add-
words, though. Any objection? Okay.
It's just got spaces.
Can I have a copy for my file, a hard copy for my file?
Yeah, we can,
Whatever
let's do that
it's
right now. Let's make a
What's
couple
going back?
of what's going back. Let me see how many marks I made on this one. Maybe I can just take one of your pages.
There you go, Funky.
I think it was
No, man, you
mainly-
look ready, but you know what though? It's kept
You
him
know what, you
awake.
have page 19?
Maybe that's
I think
what Craig
it was page
needed to do was
19.
doodle the whole time off,
That's the one we just printed.
so he
there.
could stay
Okay.
awake.
Yes, now, because it goes over to the next one. Here we go.
The disconnect of the case, like the disconnect through this whole trial tells me, I don't know, that to me says he's guilty. The fact that there's no emotion, he's not like, to me, if you didn't do it, you'd get up there and testify your life away.
Okay.
He didn't. I would fight, I would get on that stand and
We
fight for
get
my life.
together, the exhibits, this time I think because there's pants and different things, we might need to send back gloves.
Gloves, that's a good thought, thank you. By the way, what we're going to do is not use the bad format one. I'm just going to get a new 19, which is really, I thought I had marked up more
Okay,
than
let me
this,
see
but I
if you'll let
didn't.
me add. If not, I'll have to
And I
start
just
it
made a
over.
little squiggle right there, but nevertheless, I'm going to take it out. We'll replace the page 19 with an unmarked page.
Oh,
and
it's
then
not
the
gonna
one
let
that will
me.
go back to
Okay,
the
hang
jury
on, I
will be
gotta start
exactly
a
what
new
you
one.
all already have. Save us from printing 100 copies here.
Guilty. How the heck, dude? Hang on. Oh shoot.
Be off the record. You guys, I'm a terrible speller, so I'm having to look at how to spell this.
Okay, there we go. We'll check it in a little bit. You don't think they did a good job? My kid's teacher sent me an email and said, or sent the class an email and said that they need candy. And that she would take leftover Halloween candy. So, score, I'm about to get rid of a whole bunch of stuff. No more candy wrappers all over the house. Funky, you want to come up and hang out? Let me figure out how to do this. Copy. Oh no, no, I don't want that. Paste. I don't hear the elevator music. But I think it's Court TV that has that music on. Chris Marie, what are you talking about? What you talking about, girl? Did I miss something from you? Now what? I wonder how long do y'all think it'll take to get an answer? Oh my gosh. Okay, here comes one. Hey. It's crazy. You are crazy. Don't eat that in my bed. You gotta bring that tablet back in here and eat those.
Okay.
Huh? What are you looking at?
That.
What is it?
That.
What? What is it that you're looking at?
That a pie.
What's it look like? Don't be looking at stuff like that. You're gonna freak me out. Nicole, I don't, but it could just be because my ears are all clogged up. I did hear it yesterday. Court TV puts on like some real quiet elevator music. You think a couple of hours? Logan's so loud. This is about the time he starts running wild, but it's also nap time. So he's gonna get crazy. Now he's got me freaked out over there staring up in the corner. That? Oh. Funky! Are you there? Hello? Good morning, Jetlag. Have a good day at work. Sit down, buddy. Oh no, Chris Marie. Funky, I cannot hear you if you're talking. Are you there? Funky? Is he playing games with me? I don't hear you talking, Funky. Your butt. Don't you pinch me with those, that hurts.
That.
Did you approve everything, Funky, when you came in?
Hey, rabbit. Look,
Turn down, I don't hear any music.
am I not doing that?
There, I cut it down. I still don't hear you. Can y'all hear Funky, or is it just me? Hey, boy. And I've got your volume cut up all the way. Yeah, I hear the music now.
Oh, your papa died. Your papa died. Mama, your papa died.
I need to,
Your papa already died.
I can just mute this
Your
one.
papa
right now.
already died. Your papa
Okay,
already
Nicole,
died.
so I'm not just going crazy. What, buddy?
Your papa
I bet
already
it just locked.
died. What?
Locked?
Yeah.
Are you ready to take a nap?
Your papa already died. Your papa already died. Are you ordering that for sure? Not one.
Here you go.
Already died.
Nicole, nothing. It's in the private chat. It said turn down the music, so I cut it off. He's saying nothing. Typical funky fashion, a pain in the ass. I still hear music. Where the frick is that coming from? Oh, back here. From me. Here you go. Oh, what is Logan saying? That my papa died. The tablet. He's talking about the tablet. Hey, Donna Clark. Yeah, he calls the tablet a papa. The music was the damn court TV playing on a different tab. I muted the StreamYard and not the actual tab that I have court TV streaming through. But yeah, he was talking about the tablet. Let me go lay him down, and I'll be right back. Nicole, that, yeah, I don't know what he was. Had I not known what he was saying, that probably would have freaked me out too. There is ladybugs in the corner of the ceiling up there. I think that's what he was looking at, but he normally can say bug. He'll say bug or something. Not that. Funky, you don't know what. I don't know why it's not working. Let me mute, and I'm gonna click it on my phone and see what happens. Juicer,
What?
I can hear you. It was just Funky. He didn't
That's
do
because
something.
I'm cool and he's not. Just
Something
kidding,
wrong with
Funky.
him. Something's wrong with him, we know. Ugh.
Wow, you can see the chat on this and everything.
Can you?
Yeah.
This is so StreamYard went up in price. So it's like $45 a month or some crap. And this is only $16 a month. So I was like, let me try it.
Oops.
But StreamYard does like a free thing, but you only have 20 hours a week. Okay, Granny. And obviously streaming the cases all day court, I'm out of hours already. So I had to find something else.
I don't blame you.
I'm not paying $45 a month. That's crazy. I don't have $45 a month to spend on a StreamYard. Funky wants to know how you got it to work.
Just typed in the stuff that you're supposed to type in. I mean, what else do you want me to say?
She followed the directions, Funky. She read the directions, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
I know men don't do that, but maybe you should have. That's funny. Oh, they're back in the court.
What are you getting? What are you trying to get on though, Funky? Computer or what? Because I got on my
Latex
iPad.
gloves to go back there? Okay.
Are they taking stuff back there?
The clerk's never checked to see if it's here yet, but it should be here.
They must be taking all the evidence to the jury room. Funky.
Yeah, Moonlight. For me, it does.
Yeah, this seems to be working really good so far. And it's pretty simple to use about like, I don't know, I like it better than StreamYard, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Right, Nicole, go figure, a man not following directions.
Gentlemen, you don't really need to sit down or anything.
So you can hear me now?
Much for your service.
Yes, we hear you.
It seems like you're not going to get to do a lot.
I don't
because
know.
you're
I've done
not
the
gonna
same
get to
exact
deliberate.
thing.
But without your
That's
service,
weird.
without your being there, we could not have proceeded with this trial. So your efforts, your participation was every bit as important as anyone else that was on this jury. Now, the
Gentlemen.
important thing you're probably wondering about is I ordered lunch. What's going to happen? Don't worry. They're going to bring your lunch to you. I think they're going to check and see if it's here already. You are free to leave, of course, and they'll put that lunch in a bag for you, and you can go. If you would like to stay until the rest of this trial, you're welcome to do so. You can just sit in the back, and obviously, as any member of the public, don't say anything or do anything. I would ask you not to discuss anything about the trial until the verdict has come in. And then you are free to do so, like any member of the public, anyone that's been on the jury. The public, however, is not free to contact you if you do not want to be contacted. So if you have that problem, if people contact you and say, I really want to talk about this, and you say no, then, and it becomes a problem, please contact the local clerk of court here, and they'll get in touch with me right away, and we'll deal with it. No one should really know what your names are or addresses or anything, because we've referred to you as community.
So it sounds like the alts for all men.
There are people out there who would recognize you too as you wander down the street. Do you have any questions, either one of you? Anything to add before I release them from council? Okay. All right. We haven't found out about the lunch yet. Where can these guys go to? Is there a way to go down that way?
Yeah, they're alts for men. The
Maybe
two
y'all could go
alts
down
are
to the
there.
lobby and figure out what happened to lunch for you two. And again, don't bring the food back in here, but if you're
Hey, I
welcome to
can
come
even
back
see
in after
chat.
you eat if you wanted to do that. All right. Thank you very much.
Well,
for
good.
joining us
Then
this week.
this is a good way to stream. You and Zach need to look into it too. It's cheaper.
Okay, as soon as they're clear, anything from council before we begin the deliberations? No, Your Honor. All right.
Yeah,
as soon
Nicole,
as
I
they're
think they
gone,
can have a jury of all
y'all
men if
would,
they wanted.
please take the exhibits to the jury and the verdict form and the charge, which I think you have in your hand there, and ask them to please begin deliberations.
Yeah, the alts were just men, but I'm sure they could have a all men jury if they wanted to. I don't know.
Oh, the top part is the
All
new
right.
message.
Anything else for the record before we go off the record for now? All right, we'll be off the record. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I had to figure it out too.
So what is this called, Huntress?
Restream is what it's
And it's
Pretty
called.
cool.
free.
If you type in OBS, it pops up Restream, the first thing in when you Google it. I can find it and send it to y'all in Discord.
And it's free.
Yeah, it has a free one. StreamYard has the free, but I don't know if you know you can only go to 20 hours a week on StreamYard, which it may not affect y'all, but doing this, I ran out of 20
Like,
hours yesterday.
like next week you get 20 more hours.
Yeah, I think so, but like these cases go in 8 hours a
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
I run out quick, so I had to find something else.
Even so, it seems like it's a little easier, isn't it, Huntress?
Yeah, it seems to be pretty easy. Well, and then you can see the chat too, which I like that y'all can see it too,
Right.
being up here. Because that's usually one of the complaints with people on panel is that you can't see the chat,
Right.
especially if you come up on your phone. Because mine is like that too if I go on my phone, but
So do you think they have enough evidence?
I don't think so. I don't think the state proved their case.
I don't either, Jason.
I don't know. I don't think there was a good argument on either side.
Just too much circumstantial evidence.
That's good, Lane.
Yeah, Lynette's video, I'm glad it comes in good. It sounds good. Hopefully this will work out for Carson too, because she has a lot of issues with StreamYard freezing up on her all the time. Ooh, Nicole, let me see if I can find something. So I was watching Pascal on when I was driving home. What is it? John Paul, John Paul Miller. See if we can find something. Apparently it was like for domestic a domestic thing. It's more
This
against a
case,
protester.
this
You got
case seemed like it went by really quick.
Yeah.
Like
that.
they didn't have much, you know?
What was
Yeah.
one witness for the defense?
Yeah, just the
Yeah.
one, and it was like two questions, and they were done.
Are you guilty?
There's no-
No. The end.
Okay, let's share.
Probably won't take them very long to deliberate either, because, you know, there wasn't much.
No.
Yeah, they don't have a lot to go off of, so. I'm trying to find a good. I don't know if you
You
can
think they
trust
was looking for a reason to arrest John Paul and just to get him locked up?
Okay, here's this. Let me share this with y'all. Close that one out. Whoa! We're just gonna stop sharing that, and I'll pull Court TV up on my phone just to keep an eye out on it. And then I'll pull up. Where's it at? Here it is. Okay, can y'all see this? Did it pull up? Yeah. It's gonna
I
be really
tried to
hard
hit.
for y'all to read, so I'll just read
I
it.
tried to hit skip ad.
I hate all these stupid ads that pop up. Okay, so it says the former pastor of a Myrtle Beach church has been arrested after an apparent disturbance in the Market Common area. Oh shit, I'm not trying to super chat Court TV.
Third degree assault and battery.
Miller 45 was charged by Myrtle Beach police with third-degree assault and battery on November 6th, according to police records. This was against a protester. Miller appeared before a judge Thursday morning where he was given a $776 bond and released. An incident report has not been released.
So he's out.
So he's on bond, yes. However, it says Myrtle Beach police posted on its Facebook that officers responded to a disturbance at the address, whatever, that doesn't really matter. Details
must,
about the
like,
disturbance were. Go
got
ahead,
into
Juicer.
an argument or something.
Well, it says apparently the assault occurred when Miller confronted by a Justice for Micah protester outside his Solid Rock church on Wednesday. The protesters were across the street from the church where members and Miller were cleaning up. According to the proceedings, Miller was approached by one of the protesters who began to follow him as he walked away. Then Miller allegedly tapped his phone on the protester's hat. Protesters were also at the hearing, including the woman, Sandra, who was allegedly assaulted. Karen, I guess is how you'd say it, testified during the hearing in the court. Russell Long, Miller's attorney, said the initial aggressors are these two ladies motioning towards the protesters. Karen said he doesn't have a right to touch me regarding Miller. So I did see a video that Pascal showed this morning. If y'all want to go watch him later. I don't know if Pascal would strike me for showing it. But it shows a video of what, oh shit, what did I just close? Something. It shows a video of what happened, but I don't know if Pascal strikes or not, so I don't want to just show his videos.
I like that flannel shirt. Or is it a coat?
Hey, It's a coat, a shacket.
Shacket.
Reggie says, I'm still wondering how the can of lighter fluid got on top of the stove. I know she didn't think about setting it there while she was on fire. Yeah, I agree with that, Reggie. If I would have been caught on fire, I would have just dropped it. Also would have run and like stuck my leg in the toilet or the shower or something, not just stood there. Dorzilla, you don't think you would? I'm going to see if I can find him then. Let's see. I'm subscribed to him. Let me just go that way and look.
You like what, Nicole? What's Christmassy?
The flannel shirt.
Oh,
Where is Pascal?
He's
Do y'all
probably at
watch
his
Pascal
house.
or not? I can't find him in my subscriber list. There's Ben George.
hey, Funky.
Yeah.
You know what? At the bottom of this, if you are on an iPad, at the bottom of this, it says, big old button, round button, says, need help?
Yeah. I'm on an iPhone.
Why can I not find him in my freaking list? There it is. Live. Do y'all watch the Pascal show or no?
I don't.
Not all the time.
I know some people, there's always those YouTubers that people either like him or they don't, and I think he's one of those.
I
That you
just
either
watch
like Pascal or you don't.
our little group mostly.
Here's his mugshot.
Oh, you got the mugshot?
Let me share this. That's how I found out about JP this morning was Pascal. He went live really early with it this morning. See his mugshot? Let me make it full screen. There he is. Okay, Darzella, I'll make sure I share his page. That way he doesn't do anything. I'm about the same way. I watch Pascal depending on what he covers. I've watched him cover Micah Miller a few times. There was something else he was covering the other day that not too long ago that I watched. I watched him cover Sebastian for a little bit. Let me see if I can find those videos.
I don't know. I don't remember who I watched him for, but it was only one time, and it was like a 3-hour show or something.
Yeah, he does do long shows. Well, this one's only an hour and a half, but he can do some pretty long shows. Okay, y'all are just gonna have to enjoy his commentary. If you don't like him, sorry, but
No, I have nothing against him. I just don't listen to him.
yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. What's going on?
I think he's funny with his commentary sometimes.
Hold on. What? Is this is what happened afterwards? So this is video from what I just gathered in the last like 3 seconds. This is video after, wow, video after the alleged attack. So it was a woman that he put his hand on. Dude, no. Oh, he put his hands on a woman. Do you realize how dumb that is? Okay, let me explain something before we continue on. Real quick. He has been known to put his hands on women. He has a history of putting his hands on women. Real talk. Micah Miller apparently said those things. His ex-wife allegedly talked about those things as well. And let's not forget all the other allegations that his ex-wife or his first wife and Micah Miller also said about him, making their lives a living hell. In fact, he was lurking and following his ex-wife, his first wife, also doing the same thing to Micah, putting trackers on her car, trying to find out everywhere she was because he kept on saying she needed her medicine. I just want to make sure she was safe because, you know, she needed her medicine and she didn't get her medicine on time. So that's why what happened. Give me a break. But he's known to put his hands on females. And guess who he puts his hands on? I'm going to roll that back and we're going to watch it again. Hamburger indeed. Let's take a look at this.
Now he is using
I want to see her video. I want to see her video.
Y'all. What's going on?
Because she's filming too.
other words because he said all of his Micah Miller videos have been getting flagged. So he was using like code words.
JP just touched that. JP just touched that girl. Oh my god, y'all. What the Whoa. He just touched her. There's John Paul Miller. He's recording us.
Of course he's recording her.
There he goes. Look at him. Look at him. Wow. Wow. He touched.
There's her. Oh, wow. Like I said, I have not seen this video. Wow. Okay, first off, this is her video now. This is her phone because she was running after him saying, "Don't you touch me." And I'm wondering, still, no matter what, he should not have put his hands. He should not have put his hands on her, period. It could have just been him laying his hands on her and saying, "No, I pray to God." No. She did not ask for him to touch her. So there's no reason for him to put his hands on any protester at all. Instantly, they're going to sit there and say, "No, that's you attacking me." Period. Don't put your hands on protesters, period, guys. Hello? Come on, guys. So let me play this. This is her video now. This is her perspective, the one who actually got attacked. Man, this is juicy. Ooh, shout out to Robbie. Shout out to Robbie. Do me a favor, guys, though. Okay, I see a bunch of y'all in here. I appreciate you guys coming in here. All right, let's continue the conversation. Let's get the conversation moving. Hit that like button down below. Please send it past. Let's get it past 1K. Okay, let's get it to 1K. Please and thank you. Do not forget, hit that subscribe button. Subscribe. We are this close, dagnabbit, to 150K. That is a goal that I'm trying to reach. Please hit that subscribe button. Help me get close to the 150. That'd be greatly appreciated. Okay, let's get into this. Golly, he made a big mistake. Doesn't matter if it was him just gently putting his hand on her shoulder or him just trying to throttle her. He done mucked this up big time. And of course, don't forget to hit that follow button, guys, please, if you're watching on the Tiki. All right.
You fucking touch me! Don't you fucking touch me! Psychopath! Don't you touch me! You touch me! Don't touch me!
Wow.
You're cracking, JP. FBI's coming. We told you.
Bruh. Okay. And then it's like, and just in case you didn't see it. Oh. So he was filming right there. Hold on, I will repeat that. I will play the whole thing one more again. Damn, son. Damn. Hold on.
I don't know. To me, she kind of provoked that. Should he have touched her? No, but I think she provoked him.
Yeah, he was filming too.
They said that
Don't
they
worry,
were
I'm going to play that
stalking
again
him.
for all you guys in the nosebleed seats.
Yeah, I mean,
because
what
know
do
a lot
you
of
do
y'all
when someone
are
gets in
watching,
your face like
just
that?
getting in here going, what do I miss?
I would have reacted too.
I would have too. I'm not going to play it again. I don't want to keep playing his stuff, but
They would have got funkified.
Reggie, that's J.P. Miller, John Paul Miller, Micah Miller's husband. Well, was husband, but yeah, you wouldn't have got in my face hollering at me like that either. Right, Nicole. I agree with that. He shouldn't have touched her, but she also shouldn't have been in it. Chasing
Exactly.
him like she
Yeah.
was either.
Yeah.
He
I mean,
provoked
I'm
him.
not
What you think was
condoning.
going to happen?
I'm not condoning what he did, but I'm not condoning that she goes and gets in his face like that. I can see her, like standing in the front of his car and, I don't know. I have issues of personal space. Someone comes in my personal space, I do what I can to protect myself.
Yeah, I don't even like my own children right in my face, much less.
Right.
Much less a perfectly good stranger. Like I'm just not a touchy-feely type of person, so don't get in my face.
Yeah. Like at my work, we learn CPI, and that's the Crisis Prevention and Intervention program. And part of that is, personal space. Once they get into your personal space, if you don't like it, you back them off.
Yeah. Yeah, I have issues with that. So I definitely probably would have. I can't say I wouldn't have reacted either if she was that close to my face.
I mean, I don't know that I would have put my hands on anybody, but I would have at least said, you need to back up.
Yeah. Well, why would you provoke somebody that you know is allegedly
I was about to say the same thing.
known for putting his hands
probably
on
wants
people?
him to get in trouble and go to jail and shit,
Yeah. I think he'll get away with it.
Oh, yeah.
He won't get in trouble for that. Because if he was videoing and they've got that video out, that shows that she was provoking him. She didn't do herself any justice.
Right.
So he was arrested, but not in any connection to Micah, unfortunately. I want to know what the FBI were doing over at his house. What were they looking for? Do y'all know?
Is the rumor true that they had there was a body in the car, in the trunk, on his property?
What? I don't know. I don't keep up with Micah Miller as much as like Brady and Nicole and other people do. So I don't know. I just saw that this morning and I knew y'all followed it, or some of y'all did, so that's why I sent it in Discord.
Good job, Reggie.
To my understanding, and I do not know if it is true, but everyone was saying that there was a car parked on his property, and there was a body in the trunk, and that guy had been missing or something. But I don't know.
Yeah, Nicole says she was trying to force him to do something. People don't realize when they do that crap, it doesn't make JP Miller look worse. It helps him, if anything, because he's basically being harassed.
Yep.
Nicole, it was true, I think.
It was true, but I think it was unrelated. I'm not sure. True, they found a body in the trunk on the new property. The new church is supposed to be built on. Oh shit. That place is already cursed.
I mean, what's the odds?
What? Yeah, what's the odds of it being found on a body a church is going to be at? No, I wouldn't be in that church. Y'all wouldn't catch me alive in that church.
Bad enough you got your son looking in the corner.
I know, he was freaking me out. Because he knows what ladybugs look like, and he kept saying that, instead of bug or something. I'm like, what are you looking at, son?
Oh, I thought maybe he was looking at a ghost.
Well, I don't know. What? There's ladybugs up there. That's the only thing I can think he was looking at, unless it was a ghost. Hell, I don't know. We'll just go with ladybugs.
There you go.
I'll be moving out. I don't do nothing to do with ghosts. But I'll tell you this story. My husband, when we first got together, we lived way out in the country, so it was dark. Like dark roads everywhere.
Okay.
And we went to go to his brother's house. Well, this back road that we took looked like it was turning into a graveyard. I had a full-blown panic attack, thinking he was taking me in this graveyard late at night. And needless to say, he learned his lesson to never take me around a graveyard.
I bet I felt bad.
He did. I had told him before that I was scared of them, and he didn't believe me to the extent that I told him, I guess. So he learned the hard way. Yeah, but not his car and not anyone associated with him from the last I heard anyways. Definitely makes you raise your eyebrows though. Yeah, it does, Nicole. And Funky, Nicole says you need everyone to use Restream so you can read the comments like this.
Yeah,
Funky,
sorry, I was
you had to run to the toilet.
I was plugging my phone in.
No. I'll grab a drink.
How are you been, Juicy?
All right.
She's been here every day. What you talking about? Where have you been?
Well, I know, but I've not seen her on panel.
Well, I didn't open the panel all week till today. Well, the other night when we did politics, but
I think he means with Dumpling.
Yeah.
Well, hell, she ain't been live.
It's true.
She can't come on a panel that's not there.
Where is your buddy at?
Probably asleep. I've not heard from her today. I don't know if
She is.
Ginger has.
She's sleeping.
She told me she was going to go live after church to try this restream, but I never heard from her again.
She told me the same thing.
I sent her all the stuff and what to do with it.
Her
Can you hear it
anxiety
again?
gets,
I forgot to mute it.
Her anxiety gets the best of her.
Yeah, it does. She should be so used to it though. We used to go on Dolly's panel, that was massive compared to what we have in our chats. All the time. I mean, when Dolly did the uncensored page, we were on panel with him all the time, and there was 800 plus people in there. We don't get that much. Nowhere near.
How long has Dolly had his page?
Well, before he was Dolly Vision, he was Jimmy Jams, and he like did music reviews and talked about like stuff that was going on with the singers and stuff. I don't know. He's been on YouTube a long time, I guess. I have been with him for 3 years.
I was gonna say, I thought he said like 3 years for true crime.
Yeah, I found him, I think, literally right after he started True Crime. But he was on that Jimmy Jams for a few years too. Boy?
Well, I think you found your calling, though. Your church, your court cases.
I love watching court cases, so I might as well just come on here and watch it with y'all.
So that other case you were talking about, are they going again today?
You know, I haven't seen it. Oh, Reggie's watched Dolly for a long time. She says 3 years for True Crime and 5+ for Jimmy Jams.
Oh, there you go.
Now, Jimmy Jams wasn't a full-time thing, I don't think, like the True Crime has become for him. But get it done. Oh my gosh, I'll be right back. My son is taking his diaper off.
Gotta love them kids.
Oh, yeah.
So what's up, guys? I guess we have a panel now. What do you want to talk about? Fuck you,
How long do
Lou.
you think it's going to take him to come back, Chooser?
I mean, it shouldn't take them very long. Maybe, what, 2 hours, 3 hours?
I would say they'll eat lunch and yeah, I'm guessing. What time is it Eastern time here?
12:30.
12:30 my time?
Yeah, it's
12,
11:30 my time, so.
I'm going to say
12:30.
about 2 or 3.
Yeah.
I definitely
like I
think
said,
we'll
they
have
didn't
a
have much.
verdict by the end of the day, because I don't think they're going to waste any more
Because
time
they
on
don't
it.
have a lot of charges to look at either.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a lot of paperwork. You wouldn't think. Nicole, I am ready for the weekend.
I don't have poop on it. I don't have poop on it.
Poop.
Yeah.
Shit. I mean,
Better not.
Okay.
That one has poop.
That's what he said. That one had poop on it?
No.
No, that's not poop, son.
What's poop?
Probably y'all's candy. Do I need to wash it?
Yeah.
yeah, rifle season. Our rifle season opens up Saturday, so
Oh, that'll be fun.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That'll be fun.
I could be missing for about 2 weeks. I don't know.
Oh, jeez.
Just
If you
depends.
if you shit on everybody, they probably will leave you out there, so
But
you might be missing longer.
hopefully my big buck will come in the
I hope like that.
first
Just
day and get it over with.
Juicer, I'm gonna if this is over today, I'm gonna try to cover that other one starting tomorrow. And if law and crime strikes me, I'll just have to take it down and we'll find something else to do. But hopefully they won't. Especially because I'm not like a huge channel broadcasting their stuff. So maybe they'll leave me be, but
Oh, why they don't allow anybody to
I've
restream?
I've been told by a lot of people that law and crime might strike you.
That was testing.
And they're the only
Ooh.
ones that I know of that's covering that one. Here, bud.
Huh.
I don't know, we'll try it. And if anything, I'll take it down so the strike doesn't hurt me. But we'll try and see what happens. So I'm gonna look and see if anybody else is covering it.
I didn't think I seen anybody.
Yeah, I hadn't either, just that one. Nicole, you don't think Long Crumb will? We'll try it and see. Oh, Nick the
We'll
Hat.
just blame
We
it
have a
on
develop.
Carson.
Ooh, the
No,
Idaho
we can
Florida.
tell.
Have
We
any
can.
of y'all followed that?
We
Which
can
one?
tell them. We can tell them that Funky said we could do it.
Yeah.
Strike his channel, not mine.
Mm. What was it, Huntress?
The Idaho Ford. Have y'all watched any of that with Brian Kohlberger?
I have not. Is the trial going on?
No, the trial doesn't start till August in August, and it's supposed to go for 9 weeks, but that'll definitely be one that I am gonna do.
I don't think they're going to cover it live.
They're supposed to be.
Oh, are they? I thought they ruled against it.
No, I think they've decided to because they're doing it now. A hearing. Law and crime.
Oh, good. That'd be interesting.
That'll be a 9-week trial. Y'all gonna sit through a 9-week trial with me?
Absolutely.
That'll be fun. I have followed that one from the beginning, so regardless if people sit with me or not, I'm covering it. I have been into that case from the beginning.
All right, Nicole. Thanks.
Another channel I watch for trials. Oh yeah, that would be awesome, Nicole.
My
In
truck alarm's
August.
going off.
It runs from August through like November. I can't remember the exact
Oh, of
days,
next year.
but yeah, next year.
Well, I can't believe it's been that long.
Yeah, it'll be what, 2 or 3 years by the time we go to court. Let me see what they're arguing about. You know, they fought to have it moved and then just all kinds of crazy stuff. They got it moved, so now he's like in an actual jail, I believe, and not just in a basement of the courthouse. I don't like his attorney at all. She gets on my nerves. Oh, okay, Miss Michigan, let me look. Where the Funky go? He gone.
I know.
He's still
Oh,
there. Just he
Oh.
might be doing something.
Logan.
And that. And that. Mama, how about it and that?
Bubba, give me that battery right now. You don't need to claim a battery. You need to sit down. You're supposed to be taking a nap, dude. Let's see. Go here. Funky. Oh, he's not there. Mr. Michigan wanted me to show him something. There he is. Funky. Where'd you go?
Yeah, I don't know. I was here the whole time.
Okay, look, Mr. Michigan wanted me to show you this.
Awesome. Can you show him my big buck I sent you, Huntress? You may still not have it. I don't know.
I don't know if I have it anymore, and I don't have Discord on my computer.
Oh, it's on my Discord.
I'll find it. Send it to me again later, and I'll send it to him in messages. On Facebook.
Wonder if I can pull it up here.
You could try to. About to have to come out of this jacket. It's getting warm in the house now. I didn't even put my contacts in this morning. Y'all were seeing me in rare form. I don't normally just wear my glasses on live. I hate these things.
Oh, they definitely have. They're definitely on day 2 of that trial.
Okay. Good morning, Sarah. Granny, no, we're just in verdict watch now.
Idaho student murders on crime says live.
How did he send that to you, Huntress?
On Facebook. Mr. Michigan, that's usually how it works. How are you this morning, Sarah?
Hi, Sarah.
See, I wonder, is JLR live? Because if he's showing the law and crime, then I'm not worried about it. No, JLR's not live. But he's talking about it, so that's interesting. Emery, he said, does that have poop on it? JLR's in Twitter talking about the Brown Kohlberger stuff, but not live, which is odd because he's normally live with it. Trying to find his playlist. Nicole, the day's not over with. Oh, y'all know the Delphi case, I think, went into verdict watch too. Has anybody heard about it?
Oh, now see on this Coburg one, it's saying that a trial date has not yet been set, but a judge has proposed summer or fall of, oh, that's the same thing, duh, 2025. Because right now it's a motion hearing, I guess, but they're on lunch.
Yeah.
Does Nicole have your Facebook?
Does Nicole have my Facebook?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know who's on there.
Nicole, why don't you go to my trail cam pictures on Discord and get my buck with the big brow tines?
Nicole, sorry. Wait, Bubba, don't pull the chargers. I'm wondering.
She your secretary, Funky?
She's my buddy.
It's odd for JLR not to be live with that Kohlberger stuff, so I don't know what's happening.
Last I watched him, he was talking about him and Magnolia going to Delphi.
Oh, that might be why he's not live with it then. If they're on their way there, because I think Delphi's in verdict watch.
Unless they're there already.
Yeah. Let me go to his Twitter, see if he has said anything.
Go to Dolly's, because I think Dolly was playing it.
Playing what?
The Delphi thing.
No, Nicole.
Oh, I didn't think Delphi was recorded.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a mess. Okay, hang on. Mr. Michigan wants you to see these. Don't send me something you don't want to be seen. There's one, Funky.
Yep.
I'm scared to flip through the wrong pictures. I don't know what Mr. Michigan's gonna be sending me.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, see?
Right.
Okay, let's see. There's Nicole sent something. Nicole, I'm not gonna show your picture, or your name, I mean. She said I sent 3 pictures. I don't know which one you want.
That's him.
There's that one.
Can you zoom in on him?
float like that.
Yep.
Does that help?
That's
a
the one
lot?
I'm after.
Doesn't make a difference.
Look at those eye guards.
Okay. It's a big one. I'm laying down. I like that one. Is that the same one?
No, it's a different one.
Mm. What's right here? Corn? That they're
Yeah.
after?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I've just seen some on the side of the road this year.
Dead?
Walking around.
Oh.
And dead, yeah. Son, what are you doing?
Thanks, Nicole. Thanks, Huntress.
You're welcome. Granny, we're not going this year either. We left our hunting club, and so we won't be hunting this year either.
Nicole, you know you're the boss of my channel.
I'm seeing State will go live with the final statements after lunch. Oh, for the Delphi? Oh, shit. That would be cool. Sarah? On where? Do you know who's covering it? Let me look. My throat still hurts. I think I'm dying.
Yeah, you still have your looks, though.
Well, they ain't getting me far.
What would your kids do without you? You can't die.
My kids would die without me. Or they'd die with me because they're so far up my ass all the time.
Right?
It's funny, Mr. Michigan. Kind of bow do you shoot, Mr. Michigan?
Let's see if we can find. Oh, okay, Sarah, you don't know. I'll pull up Court TV and see if they happen to show like an upcoming thing.
Well, you are the boss, Nicole.
She's really good at it. I know that.
They don't show anything live.
Choo choo.
I'm gonna have to mute in a minute. Granny, I ate some habanero pickles yesterday, and that made my throat burn so bad. Them suckers are hot. And the longer I let them sit in that refrigerator, the hotter they're getting.
Okay, out.
Oh shoot. I can't even find day one of that other trial. The Florida one.
I'm shooting
Or
a
the Florida
Matthews VXR and My dad just bought a 10
Okay, I got mute. Hang on.
point cross.
It's on Law and Crime. Did you find it? Put day 1 in there.
The train's at my house, Nicole. Funky trying to, that's what.
Hot dish.
Hot sauce, Mr. Michigan? Funky, Jesus. Juicer, I just
No,
didn't see it when
not
I pulled it up
Jesus.
on
I'm
my phone.
funky.
What's that?
When I pulled up Law and Crime, I didn't see it. Like day 1 on my phone, but I guess that doesn't mean anything. It's probably just the way it pulls up on the phone. The choo-choo? Yeah, buddy.
What are they talking about, Sarah?
Day 1.
Motions. It's motion hearings.
Okay.
But I think they're on lunch right now, though.
Does he have that aqua draw, Mr. Michigan, on the 10-point crossbows?
Okay, it's in there, so we'll start that tomorrow. I found it.
You found the first day?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw that, Sarah. I don't know what they're talking about. Son, you're supposed to be taking a nap, dude.
Tell him
Logan. Okay, Emery. I'm hoping my luck, the verdict's gonna pop up when I'm freaking on the way to get Brooklyn or something.
good luck, Mr. Michigan.
Excuse
Hey, there's
me.
Dumpling.
Good morning, sunshine.
I have the details of the twisted murder plot and how police case may have been on the family's mind as they plotted.
What is talking?
The Crime Fix.
Is that one of y'all playing something?
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I heard this, there's this other trial on there that I'm looking at, or other story on there that I was looking at.
Oh, okay. Go lay down right there or in your bed. You're
There.
supposed to be taking a nap.
That was a great live you did last night, Dumpling.
Logan. Stop.
Hi, Logan. Thanks, Mr. Michigan.
Whoever gets one first has to send me some.
Send you some what?
Dear meat.
I've already ate all ours.
My husband's boss sent us so much of it the other day, or it's been a little while. He says he doesn't really like the ground, but they had a crap ton of it. So he gave it to us.
You know, I didn't,
but I ate it
but
all.
this year I started eating it and I'm liking it a lot more.
I like it because you can do so much more with it. Anything like we eat a lot of
Chili, all
ground
kinds of
beef,
stuff.
huh?
Chili and
Yeah.
burgers and
Yeah, we use ground beef more than any other kind of meat. So the deer meat, it just supplemented the. Can you stop? Lay down or go get in your bed right now. I'm gonna spank you in front of all these people. They hate when I tell them that.
oh, I thought you was talking to me. I was getting excited.
No, I was talking to the baby.
I know, I was just kidding.
But there's illegals passing in Eagle Pass right now, Texas.
So
That's where
Dumpling,
JLR will be headed.
Dumpling, this restream works pretty good. We can see all of chat in here.
Yeah, I like it.
Yes. Fox 59 had closing arguments. Maybe we could watch that, like a break in between the cases and start. What would y'all rather do?
Because I've received 100 messages today with restream chat.
You have?
No, it says that on your, must be like Nightbot type thing.
Oh wow.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I highly suggest restream, Carson, if you want to try it.
I'm not big on the deer roast, Granny.
I can never cook a deer roast right. Mine, no matter how many times people have told me how to do it, mine always ends up so tough I have to just throw it in the garbage. And then I want to cry because it's such a waste of food, but I can't ever get it to turn out right.
I like the tenderloins, backstrap, steaks. I like summer sausage, but
Ground
Come
and
on
summer
stream
sausage.
so you can see what it's like right now, Dumpling.
and of
Turn your
course
camera on.
the deer jerky.
I've never had deer jerky.
What?
I'm for real.
Look at me.
I can't see you. You don't.
Ned.
I've never had deer jerky. I'm serious. Also, you have to know that none of my family hunts. I didn't get into it until my husband and I got together. We were
If
together a
I
few
can
years
figure out
before we started.
how to send it to you, I wouldn't know how to do
What?
that.
In a Ziploc bag in a envelope. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I've never had it for real. The summer sausage though is a must, with the jalapenos in it. That's how I like ours when we get it. And then we usually just get the whole deer ground because I go through it so fast.
I like it better than beef.
I do too. It's cleaner anyways. I'd rather my kids eat that. Hey, Ryan. You don't like jerky, Granny? See, I love jerky. With Coke and potatoes. See, I've tried mine in the crock pot. That's what I cook all my roast in, and it never turns out. And then I refuse to eat anything in the pot with it, so it's an entire meal that just goes in the trash. And when you
Yeah,
have
I give
5
my
people
roast
yelling at you
away.
that they're hungry, it's frustrating.
I gave my roast to my dad.
Did you? See, we have all kinds of like cube steak and shit. I don't eat that stuff. I don't eat cube steak. I don't eat a lot of fried foods that
I
messes my
grill
stomach
ours.
up. Cube steak?
Oh no, I mean like the tenderloins and back straps and
Yeah. Yeah, we grill that stuff, but like my husband likes cube steak and I don't like all that fried stuff, so I don't cook it. You think so, Ryan? We used to my stepdad always soaked everything in milk, all the deer meat, and then we cut that white film off of it. Thank you, Nicole. But I can never get that shit to turn out right. I don't
have
understand
you
it.
ever ate blackberries soaked in milk?
No, I don't eat. I don't really care for blackberries. I don't think. Granny, it's not that I don't like it. Fried. Ever since I had my first kid, fried stuff. My stomach just can't handle fried stuff. That all that grease just, but it makes me want to be sick. Which I guess is a blessing in disguise because then I don't eat a whole lot of greasy stuff.
I'm a shitter.
I am not. So then that doesn't help either. Is it words backstrap are making you that way? Yeah, greasy food just makes me so sluggish and like I can't.
Tell Carson to come up here.
Carson, come up here. She can hear you.
Oh yeah.
But
Funky, sometimes I wonder about you.
Well, a lot of people do.
Granny, I can eat like the chicken from Jack's, but that's about it. I can't do a lot of fried stuff.
I got to mute for a couple minutes. I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
I love Raising Cane's.
We don't have that around here.
We don't either. It's like the nearest one's like 3 hours from here.
Mm. See, that's like New Orleans. That way, like they have Raising Cane's and stuff, I think. That side of the world.
Thank you, Nicole. You have KFC?
We do have KFC. I can handle KFC, but you know what? I pick the skin off. I don't eat the skin most of the time. The fried part.
Well, they quit doing the grilled. They used to do the grilled.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. We don't eat KFC a whole lot. I do like it. We just don't eat it a lot. That's the chicken I grew up on was KFC.
I love the chicken legs.
Yeah, me too.
Raising Cane's is a restaurant, Granny.
I'm
They
trying to
have
think of what it's compared to. What would you say? What restaurants would you say it's like?
I think I don't know.
The skin would be good, but my teeth are also jacked, and I can't eat a lot of like really hard stuff.
I think Raising Cane's is one of the best chicken places ever.
Raising Cane's, do they have like
Raising Cane
burger,
sauce and
or is it
they
just
sell
chicken?
They sell like mostly chicken,
I don't know, Granny, what you would compare it to.
but they have like Raising Cane sauce, and it's amazing.
Let me find. What am I doing? Oh, sharing that thing for you. I need major dental work done and I can't afford it. So
I leave out. It's pitch black dark. Head to my spot. I'll have me a little snack, maybe drink a little water or something. I spend all morning trekking through the dark. I get to my spot. I find the perfect tree. I set up. I've got scrapes down here below me. I've got rubs down here below me. I'm thinking this is going to be a heck of a spot. There's going to be a big buck come through here. The wood starts waking up. Birds start chirping. I sit, and for a little bit, I see nothing. Then all of a sudden, I have a doe come through here, and I'm like, oh man, there's got to be a big buck behind her. Well, sure enough, no big buck. I'm like, okay, he may not be far behind her. Let's sit tight, see what happens. Still got a lot of time left this morning. And then all of a sudden, a sharp pain in my gut. Oh man. I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Maybe it'll go away. I'm gonna sit here and hold tight, hold out on it. And then it starts progressively getting worse and worse and worse. Here it is, 7:45. This happens to me every single time I hunt. I leave out. It's pitch black dark. Head to my spot. I'll have me a little snack, maybe drink a little water or something. I spend all morning trekking through the dark. I get to my spot. Oh well. But listen, you're fine the way you are. You're gorgeous.
Well, it won't let me get out of it either.
Oh, thanks, Funky.
What?
I said you are fine the way you are. You're gorgeous.
Thanks, Funky.
Are you blushing?
No.
Not even a little bit?
Mm-mm.
Yes, you are.
I'm used to you and your shenanigans.
Oh. So we're in 1 hour so far?
Right, Nicole? If you knew
What's
my
this?
husband, Funky, not much embarrasses me. That man, since the day we got together, has been his ultimate goal is to embarrass the living shit out of me. So I'm just kind of used to being embarrassed at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, he went as far as posting pictures. He made me hold this bra up to me in Walmart. He posted that shit on the fucking Google Maps.
Yeah. I tried to get my wife to sleep with the car salesman.
Oh my god.
I said, if you sleep with my wife, can we make a better deal? He didn't know what to think.
Who was that man? I don't know. Just somebody that Mr. Michigan sent. That was Mr. Michigan. That was Mr. Michigan.
Yeah, that was a great live last night, Carson. I'm shocked that it's not like going virtual.
It's not going virtual or viral.
Viral. I don't know what I was thinking.
We've got a swinger. I was late this morning. I had to go get Logan some breakfast. And it took forever because I don't know how to order from an app on Chick-fil-A.
I didn't know they had
Or
breakfast.
Starbucks. I got Starbucks this morning. What'd I do? Ordered from the wrong damn. I ordered a coffee all the way in fucking Georgia.
My wife did that once.
I'm so mad.
She ordered a pizza like in Minnesota or somewhere like that.
Oh my God.
Said,
Well,
yeah,
my mom
probably gonna
ordered a
be a little
pizza and
late
it came
getting
to
here.
my house.
Uh,
She said she had done called them and cussed them because her pizza never showed up, and one had showed up at all her orders showed up at my house. So I called her. I was like, "Mom, did you send us pizza?" She said, "No. What are you talking about?" She said, "God dang it, that's what." I said, "Well, thanks for dinner.
That's hilarious.
Your room is spotless and rearranged."
Funky, stop messing with Dumpling.
Nah. She tells me every day, she goes, I'm gonna go live. 4 hours later, I'll say, are you gonna go live? Give me a minute. I never hear back from her.
No, she'll tell you, and then she'll ghost. She just
Yeah.
disappears. That's what she does to me. The other day, it's been like a week ago now. She messaged me in a message, and she's like, "You'll never guess where we are." And
Never
we're like,
answered.
"Where are you at?" Never got a response back of where she was. I still don't know where she went.
She has a hard time.
Goofy. She's a mess.
She's gonna chew us out
She
now.
said, "You know what? You know it's true."
She'll leave us hanging. We'll not know what she's talking about.
Just come on panel, girl.
Tootie was like, "Where'd you go?" I said, "She went ghost." That's where she went.
Hi, Donna
Oh
Clark.
man. What's the StreamYard link? Well, it's a restream link. But we're gonna like, oh, okay. Well, I'll give it to you that time since you were with the babies. Here you go. That one to come up. I have got to clean. We may be off on Friday. We may not watch a trial. What's today? Wednesday? Oh no, today's Thursday. Shoot.
Oh,
I
we're
have to get my
watching
house
it.
cleaned up because Logan's birthday party is Saturday.
What is more important?
My kid. And my house
Always.
is
Family's
flipped
always.
upside down right now.
You need to
Family's
get your
always
priorities
more
straight.
important.
It is. My child will always come first. But I'm trying to grow my channel, and even missing a day messes with you being in the algorithm. So maybe I'll just turn it on and I'll clean while it plays.
You can turn it on and I'll be there to run the show.
My kid will always come first. My house will be clean one way or another.
She don't know it's me, I don't guess.
Well, that's not Carson. What are you doing?
What's up,
We,
Cap?
we was laying here, and I said they're talking about you, and he was like, "I'll tell her, ask her if she's going live," and then 4 hours later,
She's goofy. How was church yesterday?
it was good. We was both trying not to fall asleep.
Oh, Lord.
I was up all
Joseph, you're
night,
going to be screwed when you go back to work
Oh yeah, I'm gonna
on
not want
Carson's
to wake
schedule
up.
now.
Yeah. Well, she stayed up later than I did. I
Of
was out at
course.
10 last night. I was too tired.
Tell him how good my room looks.
She said her room looks good. She cleaned it up.
Is it cat free?
No, there's two running around.
I was gonna say get a room, but you two look like you all we didn't interrupt anything, did we?
No, she's just waking up and then she called me, so I came upstairs.
I wanted him to tell me how good I did on my cleaning.
It looks good.
I needed
Validation.
a cookie.
A cookie. What's this trial about?
So this man is accused of burning his wife while he caught her on fire while she was alive. And
Allegedly.
she ended up dying. What was it, Juicer? Like 6 months later from
Yeah,
Pneumonia.
something like that.
issues from being burnt. So they're charging him with arson and murder.
Good grief.
Allegedly.
I seen that video y'all was playing about the dude in the woods, and I thought he was talking about a big buck walking in front of him. And Carson was like, no, he had to poop.
Daddy, Daddy, there is fire. No,
She said it's
Daddy,
because
fire. Not your
Funky's
daddy.
always pooping himself or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always.
Hey, Joseph, you can't get up here naked.
Who was that? What's up, little?
What on that?
You can
Who
draw
was
on
that?
Logan.
Logan? Look, it's Logan. I thought it was your little girl at first, and she had cut her hair off.
Oh, Lord, no. Brooklyn won't let me cut her hair again. She's traumatized.
Yeah.
Dumpling, you're fine.
Is he gonna cut his hair again?
So you gonna cut his hair again?
Is it cut?
Logan's no. I'm not cutting it again.
Good, okay.
Not for a while, probably.
You gonna let it grow out like Bryson's?
No, only if his curls up into the mullet again, I'll let it grow. If not, it'll be cut again.
All right, well, I'm gonna drop down now.
All right, see y'all later.
See y'all.
Do you want to color, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, let me get you something to color on. Let me get him something to do.
Oh, okay, Sarah.
That verdict will be interesting too.
I didn't watch it, but I heard Dolly talking about it a little bit. And, how he was saying that he doesn't believe that Richard Allen is actually guilty of it. So,
It'll
but
be
I didn't
interesting.
stick around, so I don't know all of it.
I didn't either. I didn't keep up with it, but what everyone's saying is they don't think he did it.
I was watching that other one that Huntress was talking about. That one's really interesting.
The one
Has
she's
it been
uncovered
good?
live.
Yeah, it is good.
Just put it on the table. There you go.
That one?
That one? What color is that?
Green.
Green. Good job.
And one.
Donna Clark, her husband might get you for that one. 15 stray cats. She don't need any more cats.
This pink.
Pink? Yeah, good job.
Let's go with my son.
Yeah, I haven't really stayed up to date with the Delphi trial either. That one's just been like too all over the place to even attempt to keep up with.
Mine is that one, not that one.
Sarah, you think you did it but not alone? I know just little bits of it. Not enough to say I could have a whole live talking about it though.
If they would have covered it live, I would have watched it.
Yeah, I would have too. But I couldn't sit here and like just talk about the whole case. I don't know enough about it. I know the girls were like lured to this bridge by somebody that pretended they were their age and they weren't, and then I don't know. That's about all I know. Brooke, Addison, Logan, stop! Jesus Christ. What's your name? One of you, quit. Sarah,
I
you
used
have
to do that too.
all the wrong names.
Dumpling, you don't need any more cats.
No. Logan, quit throwing those on the floor, son. If you do it one more time, I'm taking them away from you. Uh-oh. I think I froze for a minute.
You froze?
Froze. I think it froze for a minute.
It froze.
I'll get the right name out eventually. No, you can't have those.
Fuzzy.
That's not candy.
Yeah, I call mine everything in the book until I get it right.
Yeah, me too. Obviously, y'all heard me. The girls' names. What are you doing, buddy? Sit down and color. On the paper, not anything else.
Rainbow. Rainbow.
A what?
Rainbow.
Good job, buddy.
No rainbow.
Wow.
Hey, Dumpling, did Bailey get it all worked out? I can say that now that she's not as bad as.
What they thought?
They thought.
Tell her eat some fiber.
Tell her to hang out with Funky for a while.
Not always
Yeah.
that simple.
You're done?
Yeah.
Okay. Come back over here and lay down then.
What are you with? Mommy, where you done that?
Okay, Sarah.
Bye, Sarah.
Juror's clock passes 1 hour. But just
Yeah, that
wait.
was up there about an hour ago.
On it.
Was I didn't pay it
I'm
any
just kidding.
attention. Hey, James Dale.
What's up, James?
Logan.
So how long do you think it'll take, Huntress?
I'm hoping by end of the day we'll have a verdict. If not, I think it'll be first thing in the morning.
Him and I said about 2 to 3 tops.
Yeah.
They didn't have much.
Bye-bye.
No, they didn't, which I think is what's going to hang them up, though. Like,
Yeah.
because they don't have a lot to help make a decision.
Right. I'm sure he did it. Like Granny said, I'm sure he did it. But they didn't.
Just no proof.
If I was one of the jurors, I'd be like, the state didn't do a very good job.
Right.
I
There's
would
things that he could have
have
done
a hard
differently,
time.
sure, but I don't know that they'll be able to get him on it.
I would have a hard time convicting him.
Yeah, me too.
Excuse me.
And to only have one witness, one defense witness, that's pretty sad.
Yeah. He had nobody that could testify, like, oh, he's a good person. He wouldn't have done that. Nothing.
Yeah. Didn't even have character
Right.
witnesses. That's pretty bad.
Yeah, that looks pretty bad on somebody.
Not even his stepdaughter really liked him.
Right.
Well,
Well, they're the same age. Isn't that crazy? There's only like 6 months between him and the daughter.
Really?
Yeah. She was like,
oh, I didn't pay attention to that part.
What, 20-some years older than he is?
Yeah, he was in his 40s and she was in his 60s.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Granny, that you didn't believe it. I don't believe it. Funky doesn't believe it.
You can eat it, buddy.
Welcome back, Cole.
Eat it over the table so you don't make a huge mess.
Yeah, based on the evidence that they provided, there's no way I could convict him.
This picture right here, are they trying to say that the cops did that? Is that what defense is trying to say?
Yeah, that's what she's saying, where they punched him, they boxed him. That really just looks like road rash to me, where they put him on the ground.
Yeah, that doesn't look
like a punch.
Yeah, it doesn't look like barely anything. That looks like a damn scratch.
Yeah. And his eye's not even black. If he got punched, his eye probably would have turned black, I think.
Yeah.
Nicole, yeah, he tried to accuse her of cheating. If she really had all those health issues like they're saying she does, that I guarantee that lady ain't out there cheating.
No, but he probably was.
Yeah, I think he probably was. And
like with that lady that was sitting behind him. Or the defense attorney.
Right? He should go to jail for his hair and that smirk. His hair is awful. It looks okay in this picture, but in court, it's looked terrible.
That smirk. He was a creepy dude with that smirk.
Yeah.
I want to slap it off his face.
What would have got me as a juror, I think, was the no emotion at all.
No.
There was zero emotion.
He fell?
Dolly fell? I didn't know that. Granny, I was live with this, and then I don't think I really got on YouTube much after I got off of here yesterday.
Is he okay, Granny?
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, it was funny. Well, then he's definitely okay. Because
Yeah,
Granny wouldn't have said it was funny if he wasn't. How'd he fall? And when? Because I'm going to have to go watch.
Probably
Especially
in
if
his
it was
chair or
funny.
something.
If it wasn't funny, I don't want to watch it.
Listen, I get so tickled if I see somebody fall.
I do
I don't know
too.
why.
I'll never forget. I was walking with my friend in the hall in high school. Oh no! And this girl walked right into this Kool-Aid or something somebody had spilled in the floor and busted her ass in the middle of the hallway. Well, I just died laughing out loud.
What
Everybody
stream was it? His afternoon stream? I'm sorry, Huntress.
No, you're fine.
Was it his afternoon stream? Because I'm gonna go watch it just because of that.
We had
Oh
a
my
teacher.
God. Let me go find it and I'll play it.
We had a teacher that no one liked, and in the lunchroom she was walking with her tray, and all of a sudden you see the tray fly up, and you hear a big boom, and she hits the ground. The whole lunchroom got up and started clapping.
Hello, doctor. As a neurologist,
Oh, Lord.
what advice do you have?
She was so
Randy,
embarrassed.
well, how many lives did he do yesterday? Oh, 2. Was it the Karen Reed or the Sebastian Rogers granny? That when he fell. Do you know? Or Carson, do you know which live it was? Right after you called. Which live though? I don't know what he did 2 yesterday.
Dad. When? Look up back.
Oh, my foot's going to sleep out. Oh God. You can't remember? Okay. Let me just look.
That's funny that you said that. Nicole and I was talking earlier about when our foot goes to sleep.
I'm gonna assume if Carson saw it, it's on this one. She was not up. Oops. Sorry, Dolly.
Granny says in the afternoon.
Okay, so then it was Sebastian Rogers.
Oh, PJ had not gotten home yet? Okay. Yeah, he's been going live about 1-ish.
One blames this one.
Yeah.
It happens, but you have to try. FS investigates that I know of. Okay, so I don't think shit's too. But the Delphi
Good
case
luck,
was one of
Mr.
those
Fish.
cases I actually followed. Up hung again instead of causing this. They've spent over $4 million on this case. Okay, do they want to spend another $4 million with no?
Hang on. Carson sent me a timestamp.
Why are you leaving now, Mr. Michigan?
He's going hunting.
Went on.
Oh.
All right.
1, 4,
Now,
3.
Mama, look. I'm good. I'm good.
I understand. Yes, it's already become personal.
Oh, there's Granny.
So right now I don't care. You know, I'd be a little more madder if you kicked my cat,
Mr. Michigan.
but you kicked your cat. You all right? So
It takes a lot to make me cry. if you make me mad and I
Uh-huh.
start crying,
Waiting on
oh Lord,
verdict
you better back
watch.
up.
Yeah, and
Yeah, we're waiting on a
Lolo,
verdict.
hush.
But you be good. You watch your top notch and bicycle, PJ. I'll
All
talk
right,
to y'all
Granny.
later.
All right,
Bye.
peace. Hey, hold on, guys. I gotta get Lolo the baby gate. I put the gate up because Wrangler likes to chew on things, and all my wires. You chew on my computer, I'm out of business. You know what I'm saying? So I got a baby gate up, and Lolo hates it. Okay, she hates the baby gate. Let me go get Lolo. Give me 1 second.
Nicole, I've not watched anything about it.
It's move on, you know, let it go. Happened 2 flipping years ago.
Fall down, go boom.
Man down. Oh shit.
Man down. I say it all the time.
I just tripped over the baby gate. I would.
Oh, it hurt me so bad. No, it's like, I will.
Oh, hush.
But you be good. You watch your top notch and bicycle, PJ. I'll
All
talk
right,
to
Granny.
y'all later.
All right,
Bye.
peace. Hey, hold on, guys. I gotta get Lolo the baby gate. I put the gate up because Wrangler likes to chew on things, and all my wires. You chew on my computer, I'm out of business. You know what I'm saying? So I got a baby gate up, and Lolo hates it. Okay, she hates the baby gate. Let me go get Lolo. Give me 1 second. Come on.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh.
I don't know if he answered the 10 count.
I can't hear it, but I'll have to watch it later. It's because Logan's
You
in
didn't
here.
hear him fall?
No, but every time he falls, I think Logan starts hollering. So I'll go watch it later with my earbuds in my ears so I can hear it.
Sounds like he's on the floor for a while.
I bet Lolo jumped all over him as soon as he hit the ground. Is your name Lolo?
No.
No, I didn't think so. You're not getting those. Where's yours?
They put on my bed. Like it's hit.
You poured them in your bed?
Yeah.
Son.
Now my intent.
I'm gonna get you.
Hi,
You're scared.
Logan.
I do too. And a 2-year-old to take a nap. Leave stuff alone. No, he's mad. Mommy made me leave stuff alone. Ooh, an hour and 40 minutes. I wonder how long this is gonna take for real. For real, for real. Let's
I
see
would
what
say when they come up with a decision.
Funky. I would say somebody needs
You're
to
so
put their foot
smart,
up your.
Funky.
Nicole, I think so. Especially because we have to leave in less than an hour. He'll go to sleep in the car. So, no nap for him today. Little turd. I was going to do something. I can't remember what. I was gonna look
Strip
at something.
tease.
Huh?
Strip tease.
No. I was going to look at something on the internet and I can't remember what I was going to do. Can y'all hear him?
Yeah.
What have you got, Logan?
Probably having fun, Mom.
Oh Lord, he's got a skateboard.
Do some skating moves for us.
Can I kick it? He's what? Stop. Right now. Don't do that.
Please get on the skateboard.
Me? Yeah, right.
That's pretty
I'm
good.
not trying to
Can I
break my
kick
neck.
Come on, do it. Chicken.
Okay, Moonlight, be safe. Let me see your skateboard. That little thing wouldn't even hold my ass. Do you see this thing?
It'd be worth a try.
No, I'm not even trying.
Mama, that me put on.
You what?
That me put on.
Put your foot on it?
What?
Yeah, well, you skateboard it. Ride it. Why don't you get you the tablet and lay down right there like you're supposed to be? Just because you're cute don't mean you won't get in trouble.
Well,
But what up?
I think his cuteness should get him out of trouble.
Absolutely not. Don't touch my keys. You'll set the alarm off.
You're supposed to change your name from Can I Kick It to Can I Cook It?
What, some? You've got some down there. Drink yours.
What's he drinking?
Sweet tea. What are you doing? I really need to go get milk because we ran out and I forgot to get any when I was at the store yesterday.
Gosh, that
I hate taking them all to the store though. I'd rather just be out of milk.
milk is my downfall. It's my weakness. I
It's
drink
Logan's
whole
too,
milk.
which is why he stays so congested.
I love whole milk.
Yeah, that's what Logan drinks too. Order it? Is that what you said? I could do that.
It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
Oh, what about Donna? What about Juicer?
That's what I'm gonna do. Order some groceries from my husband's, his bank card, not mine. Quit, son.
Thank you, Donna. Okay, Nicole. Nicole's been complaining about groceries for the last month.
Nicole, I usually do grocery pickup, but also the grocery store is like my only escape out of this house. So I don't know. Some days I'm like, I'll just order groceries, and some days I
She'll go missing for a couple hours.
just want to. Well, I have to take them with me, but it's still an escape out of my house. I don't like being stuck at home all the time, but some days it's just easier to order them. Can I order some off? I just have to order just enough to get it where they'll deliver it.
Don't put that on. Put that on too.
I don't know about you guys, but like if we order something from Walmart, they'll mark it off. They say they don't have it, and you can go in the store and it's right there.
Yeah. Mine, the last time I tried to order groceries, they had no cold stuff online to order. But then I went in the store and they had everything. Reggie, you know what? I hope so, but right now I wouldn't trust my oldest with a note. She'd spend all the money.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nicole.
Uh-oh. What's happening?
What?
Are we done?
Uh-oh.
That would be awesome if... Shit, I think I have it muted.
Maybe a question.
And I've notified my victim advocate, we need victims back up here too.
13 things. What's in my cart? Oh, where I started to order groceries and didn't. Oh my God, Granny. What do I need? That's only $20.
Better get you some condoms.
We don't need those. I don't have tubes to get pregnant. I ain't worried about that stuff.
I was talking to make water balloons out of.
Where's all saying? He's got to see that.
Emery, I think we might have a verdict. Which would be awesome if they'd hurry up and spit it out before I have to leave, because then I could just end this and clean my house.
Oh, thanks. You don't enjoy our company?
I do enjoy your company, but I have to pick my kid up and then come home and clean.
They have legs.
She's 4. She don't know how to get home.
About time she learned.
I will never make that baby walk nowhere.
I'm just kidding.
It's Brooklyn. If it was Chloe or Addison, maybe. Not Brooklyn.
Right, Nicole. Look at that smirk.
Look at that hair. God bless America.
Oh, gosh.
Ew.
Oh, don't get Granny started again.
Hanging on by a thread. Look at him laughing.
Granny, one day I
Grand
need to
jury, if
get
you
you
would,
up
please.
here. Yes, you did, Sarah. We need to get you up here, Granny, and do a court commentary, because I think we'd all about piss our pants.
I bet they know.
Nicole.
What'd she say?
I can see why she cheated.
Oh. Maybe she cheated on the hairdresser. Hairdresser.
Two. Okay, there we go.
Who's he talking to?
His attorney, I guess. I don't know.
Didn't they say he lost some weight too? Didn't one of the cops say that?
Oh Lord, I don't know.
Huntress, I think you're right. I think that must be his new wife or something.
Thank you. Madam Foreperson, do you have a verdict?
Yes, we do.
Could you please hand the verdict form to the bailiff?
Here we go.
How long was that, Huntress? 2 hours?
Hour and 40 minutes.
A little less than 2 hours, yeah.
So we were both wrong, Funky.
Madam Clerk, can you publish the verdict? Thank you.
In the case, State of South Carolina versus Craig Anthony Lewis, indictment numbers 2019 GS 15 00138, charges arson in the first degree. Indictment 2019 GS 15 00129, the charge is murder. As to the charge of arson first degree, we, the jury, find the defendant, Craig Anthony Lewis, not guilty. As to the charge of murder, we, the jury, find the defendant, Craig Anthony Lewis, not guilty.
Shit.
And this was signed by the foreperson on today's date, November 7, 2020.
I put not guilty.
Yep.
Thank you. Would either party like the jury to be polled?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Wow.
Thank you.
I
Members of
figured
the
they'd
jury,
get him on something.
thank you very much for your service.
Just didn't have
Our
enough
entire
evidence.
judicial system could not function
Yeah.
without people like you who are willing to give up your free time, your time from work and family to come in and make these difficult decisions. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for your hard work. I know it was a difficult decision for all of you to sort through all of that
I wouldn't have
information, all that you
gotten
heard,
one.
all that you looked at,
And
come up
we
with
pretty much called this
a
one.
verdict. And
They didn't
I
show
appreciate
very
it.
much.
If any of you
I
want
mean,
to discuss any
Steve
of this with
hardly
me,
had
you're
anything.
welcome
yeah,
to
you're
give me a
right.
call at some point.
Granny.
Yeah.
They
Can
hardly
be
had
found in
anything
the
at
Beaufort
all.
Clerk of Court, through the Beaufort Clerk of Court. You are welcome
Yeah, they
now to
just-
go discuss this case with anyone that you would like. You're not
It is
required
all
to, however.
circumstantial.
If anyone begins to bother you or harass you or anything about your verdict, please contact me through the Colleton County Clerk of Court's office immediately, and we'll have it taken care of.
Show the poll.
Does anyone have any questions?
Right, Nicole.
All right, then. I would
agree
thank you
too.
all for your verdict.
All of us think
Any
that,
objection to
and
releasing this
we
jury?
do.
Yeah. I think that's what it is. I think he did it
Thank you all
and
very
just got
much.
away with it. The perfect murder. The poor daughter, they just embarrassed the shit out of her, raped her through the coals, and he got nothing.
I don't understand why they thought that he was guilty.
Anything else from the
He had
parties?
they had a case against him.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense would move to have the arrest warrants and all issues in reference to these indictments against this defendant expunged by the court.
Any objection from the state?
No, I believe there's a process for doing that.
No.
But, okay.
If a case is tried, then the defendant has an opportunity to have it done. If we wait till a process, there's a cost.
Granted, I'll be happy if you'll get the forms to me to take care of it.
Second, Your Honor, the defendant has been on ankle monitoring under a bond since February 19, 2019. Defendant moves to have that ankle monitoring.
He is released from his bond and the requirements immediately.
Third, Your Honor, there is a number.
Damn, she sure
quite
is
a bit
needy.
of personal property that was seized pursuant to these warrants and indictments. Defense moves to have an order from this court requiring the Sheriff's Department to return those items to the defendant.
The items that I guess
They can have the sofa.
Right. The trailer, I'm assuming is what
Yes,
you're talking
the
about.
trailer, even the pants,
Nope, that wasn't funny.
his, all of his personal property that don't relate to any arson, like the lighter fluid cans. We don't want that, but the rest of his personal property, we believe he's entitled to.
Well, from what I saw, you're probably talking about the trailer, the 2 pairs of blue jeans, and what else was there?
There was a
Why would
piece
you
of a
even be worried
gun,
about the blue
or
jeans?
some guns, or something along those lines. But that's why I just said personal property, and we can work that out later. He wants his trailer for sure. He can do without the pants, but he wants his trailer.
Who, Madam Solicitor, would
Yes, Emery.
be contacted to?
You may contact Steve Basil with the Sheriff's Office. He's in charge of evidence, and he can wait around and we can give Miss Matthews the 2 pairs of jeans that were in evidence. We don't need them. So,
Your Honor,
foot jeans back.
I appreciate that
crazy.
from them. However, in the past, there's been some difficulty retrieving things. It takes, so unless we have an order from the court requiring that they return the trailer.
So Ms. Bright Matthews can submit an order with what she likes, and then she can take that to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I did not mean to interrupt Ms. Swanson. An order from this court can be by Form 4 and direct, just return his personal property, and that's all.
And that's fine. If you'll prepare that order, I'll be happy to. I'll be here doing pleas for a while, so happy to do that. And if y'all run into difficulties next week, I'm easy to find, but I'm sure it'll all work out.
Thank you very
The trailer and the jeans. So, anything else then? All right. I thank all counsel for conducting a very professional trial. I know it was difficult for everyone involved, and I thank you all for your professionalism.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Sheriff, y'all get the evidence?
That's the most emotion I've seen out of that mother trucker the whole time.
He's
What was
laughing because he knows he got away with it.
What was
Yeah,
the
the
poll?
perfect murder. That's what that was. They should make a show out of his ass. How to get away with murder.
Well, I mean,
Down to Delphi.
I just don't understand. They didn't have enough evidence anyway, I don't think, to even have a case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm shocked it went to court at all, to be honest. And they didn't rule it accidental to begin with. But there's that.
What was the poll numbers?
Guilty 42, hung jury 33, not guilty 23%. And 21 did the poll. Stop, son.
I agree, Granny.
You wouldn't have been able to. I don't know that I would have been able to either, as much as I even think he did it.
Drazilla, you're right.
The defense was not professional at all.
Well, that was a good little case that we watched, though. I mean,
Yeah, it was a good start to new beginnings. It was interesting. I ordered some junk on Walmart.com for my husband's car. Done. All right. Well, I have to get a kid in the car and head to
thank
the
you.
school before long. And I have to pee, so I'm going to end this.
Thanks for having us
Carson,
up.
if you're listening, go live so we have something to do, ma'am. We're waiting on you. Thank y'all
All
for
right.
coming up and hanging out with me.
I'm
Yep,
gonna go
thank
watch the
you for
other child.
covering it. We
Which
will
are you
talk
going
with
to the
you
baby
guys
one? I'll be back in the
later.
morning at 8:30 to start the new one.
10-4. You guys have a great day.
All
Y'all
right.
too. All right. Thank y'all for hanging out with us, or with me. Tomorrow we will cover the Florida babysitter that left the baby in a hot car and he passed away. So I will be back at like 8:30 in the morning. I'll set up a thing later so everybody gets notifications, and I will see y'all then.